Salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Podcast The Storm, where social awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene, talk, and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, everyone. Oh boy, this probably isn't going to go the way you think.
Dalton, as ever, has always been the cynical bastard that he is.
I have to call him like I see him, and I see problems.
To be fair, okay, so just so everyone is aware, and obviously given my new icon for tonight, it is a themed. To be fair, we didn't plan that. It is a themed podcast regarding Superman, obviously because of the new movie that released, and I have had a week to think about the movie, and Dawn has seen it as well. So if you haven't seen it, don't know why you're watching this, but if you don't want spoilers, because
see it first and draw your own conclusions. There will be spoilers ahead. You have been warned. This is your spoiler warning. Bugger off until the review is complete, unless you are okay with the spoilers.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't know if we're going to go super in depth, but
well, when and if stuff comes up in things.
Yeah, but
yeah,
we will.
For those who are spoiler phobic, this is your warning to bugger off until the review is complete.
Right. All right. So yeah, we'll be reviewing Superman 2025, formerly known as Superman Legacy.
I am glad they changed it. I am very glad someone went, wait, this sounds like a sequel. It shouldn't.
Yeah. We're going to be reviewing it first, just so we have all the thoughts out and just kind of everything laid out and our views and stuff before we get into the articles that are also related to the movie.
Yeah, and because this is Brainstormer's character, you may go first.
I guess where to... Okay, so unlike what Dawn was expecting of me, I don't hate this movie.
To be fair, I was kind of 50-50 on whether you would like it or not, because on the one hand, there are glaring issues that I saw from freaking space. On the other hand, you tend not to read much into such things, and thus, here we are.
Then I would also like to point out, Dalton, sometimes you are overly critical and analyze things to the point where it seems like you're very much digging deep. I feel like our opinions also have to be taken with a grain of salt, just given our perspectives and views on things.
Brainstormer always leans more positive than me. I always tend to overthink shit. I'm not apologizing, however, for overthinking shit, because if they didn't want me to notice it was there, they shouldn't have put it in the movie.
My point, obviously, is both of our opinions are... I think we'll both agree, like, we're biased. We have a bias.
Yeah. I
So
think we can both agree that this movie is a mess on various levels.
oh no, yeah, no.
So,
Okay. Again, like I don't hate this movie. I agree with Dolan on some points, disagree with him on some others. We'll get into that, but overall, this movie, I don't. Okay, two things. Well, one of the things I'll save, but the main thing is I have no real strong emotional or any type of opinion what one way or another. This movie, for all it is, I thought was serviceable.
and that's
Kind of
almost an indictment in and of itself, folks.
to kind of be a little more on point, to find the finer the point.
Mhm.
Finer.
Put a finer point on it, I think, is what you
Thank
were
you.
trying to say.
I don't do words well. Okay.
Yeah, I am aware. That's one of the reasons why he initially tapped me to be a co-host, because he knew I could babble when he ran out of stuff to say, or I could analyze what he was trying to get at and help with the phrasing of it.
Yeah.
Because I am a wordy Ponzi fucker. So there's that.
I put that on a T-shirt.
Don't put it on a T-shirt, because T-shirts should be banned and should be Thanos snapped from existence. I will die on this hill.
Okay, to put a finer point on it before I let Dalton take the podium for a second. The way I could describe this movie was meh. Like I said, we'll get more into reasons why, specifically for me and obviously Dalton's dislikes and stuff of it. So yeah, general thoughts first, Dalton, then we'll get more in depth.
And like I mentioned in the opening bit there, I am surprised in the way that, like, I am surprised at my own reaction a little bit, because things I think Brainstormer was willing to let live actively pissed me off. And maybe it's partially because I'm so new to any sort of fandom for Superman that I have this like passion. But yeah, like I mentioned in passing, there are glaring problems with this thing that I could see from space.
Mhm.
And the long and short of it seems to be James Gunn, like we've covered over the course of the last like 6 months to a year all the various conflicting ideas and conflicting statements on
I think it might be a year and a half.
Yeah, basically ever since the reboot, the like soft rebooted Snyderverse films, the likes of Shazam, Black Adam, Wonder Woman, etc.
Blue Beetle.
And yeah, Blue Beetle ended, and the Gunverse got confirmed to be a thing. We've been covering the various overly, like, ridiculously conflicting opinions and positions and stuff and ideas that James Gunn was trying to go for with this movie.
Mm-hmm.
And the main, or one of the main structural issues with the thing, apart from the philosophical issues, which I of course find more taxing because being philosophically pedantic is kind of my shtick. But even just as a structural thing, it seems like rather than decide on one set of ideas and disassociating from others, James kind of just threw every single conflicting idea he had in a blender and just let it stand. Like that's the biggest problem with this thing, because no idea that's brought up is explored in any depth. And that includes the ideas that contradict entire other ideas that are part of this movie.
And we'll get more into that. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, obviously. I do want us to do this kind of in segments, just so we're not overwhelming anyone.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess. Okay. I figured it is a shorter list actually because I wanted to do the stuff we didn't like first, but I feel like that'll take longer. So let's start with the positive stuff. I know that's going to be mostly from me.
Yeah, and again, this is your character, so feel free to take the lead.
Okay. I guess yeah, me starting what I liked about this movie. It's colorful, which is a goddamn thing we didn't really get a lot. We haven't gotten a lot of in a while, so I appreciate
That
that.
shouldn't need to be said. It should be automatic that it's a Superman movie, but it is.
Yeah.
More colorful than Zack Snyder trying to be edgy.
Um, I genuinely think all the cast were fantastic and played their characters well. Writing wise, again, we'll get into that. Like as Dalton briefly covered a bit, we'll get into that. But I think everyone genuinely gave good performances all around. And
I think they did the best with all they had. That is what can be said about them.
yeah, but again, I'm more positive. So, um, I dig the aesthetics. I think it looked a lot better than what we saw in the trailers. Like there was a lot more finer details given to how everything looked. Um, I liked how it genuinely. This was always an issue I had with the DCEU when it was always brought up. This genuinely felt more like a lived-in world. Just like superheroes and stuff, like just all this crazy stuff happening that happened in this world, and it's all just treated as it's part of the world. It did better than the DCU is for the I think kind of to be a point we'll get into, I'm sure, but just to bring it up now, I do feel like it does add to the bloat of this movie. Again, we'll get into that more, and I feel like is there one last thing I can say? Music wise, I think it was. It was fine. Not as bombastic or grand as I think it could have been, but it had its moments.
Yeah, we will be revisiting that theme, I suspect, a lot as well.
Yeah. But overall, that is my positive stuff. Don, is there anything you liked?
Yeah, there are things I liked. I think first and foremost among them is just I'm an easy sell for James Gunn's style of things. Like he likes the weird, like the weirder, more comic booky, over the top side of stuff, and in that regard, his sensibilities tend to usually win me over because we're cut from a very similar cloth on that regard. So, like, I think both. This is going to be one of those compliments that has a insult woven into it a little bit. I think both Zack Snyder and James Gunn let their own egos and let their own senses of style get in the way of the actual quality of the movie. The difference is that James Gunn's style is simply more palatable to me and a lot less philosophically disturbing than Zack Snyder's is. So while I think both movies were shot in the foot by letting their directors go overboard with their personal sense of style, because James Gunn's personal sense of style is at least more appealing to me, and I would go so far as to say James Gunn's style of filmmaking is generally objectively better than Zack Snyder's. There are particular characters that I think Zack Snyder would excel in, namely the characters who do lend themselves to his philosophical worldview more. But even taking my own bias out of it, I think James Gunn is simply a better filmmaker than Zack Snyder. So most of the James Gunn isms that I have come to like in other things are still here. Granted, sometimes that is more of a problem than it is a good thing, but given that I am an easy sell for James Gunn, like I think overall, the Guardians movies are my highest rated trilogy in the MCU. There might be an argument for Captain America, but then again, I don't have the boner people have for Winter Soldier, so I tend to rate that a bit lower than most people do. Um, I because in the MCU, um, the first Guardians of the Galaxy is still my number one in terms of ranking the MCU movies, and Guardians 2 is at number 5, I think. Guardians 3 goes down a bit, not because it was, bad or anything. I do think it's the weakest of the trilogy, but not because Guardians 3 is bad, but because there's more stiff competition in the lower half of my top 10 for the MCU than there is kind of for the bottom or for the top half. So that being said, as somebody who generally seems to vibe with James Gunn's way of doing things, the James Gunn isms in and of themselves were not a bad thing, and I do genuinely think this is a better movie than Man of Steel. Granted, that bar she is not so very high, but being that as it may, I do like the James Gunn isms, and I do like some of the aesthetics here. I do have criticisms for certain things, but we will get into those. But most of the positives of this movie come from James Gunn being James Gunn. Granted, some of the negatives also come from James Gunn being James Gunn, but that's because in both Zack Snyder's case and James Gunn's case, Warner Brothers seems to have given their creative a little bit too much creative a little bit too much creative control, and it kind of bit the movie in the ass both times. But it bit less hard when it was James Gunn biting than when it was Zack Snyder biting, so to speak. That I think is my main positive for this movie. I like James Gunn there and his style and like worldview when it comes to doing this type of stuff. And all of those elements are here. I do think it's probably his weakest movie, with the possible exception of the first Scooby-Doo movie, but a weak James Gunn movie is still a pretty solid movie, all things considered. Yeah, but that's probably going to conclude most of my positives.
Which honestly didn't sound like positives, but I digress.
I'm trying here. I'm trying.
Are you though?
Yes,
Little effort.
I am. I am trying to be positive. It's just that most of the positives I have, like we could micromanage and sit here and list every James Gunnism that worked and every James Gunnism that didn't work.
I feel like
But
if I didn't try to rein you in so we manage our time, you would.
I would, but
Yeah.
like I said, I'm trying to remind myself, one, we haven't even gotten to what is probably for me going to be the lengthier part of the review, which is the negative part, and most of the positive things can be headed under I like James Gunn and his style of doing things. Therefore, certain James Gunn isms in this movie worked.
Right.
Others did not, and that's why it's one of his weakest movies. But yeah,
last positive thing I just remembered, Mr.
okay.
Terrific. Just that.
The Justice Gang in general, I think, did pretty solidly.
No, they were good. Again, like I said earlier, like all the cast gave it their all, even the minor parts and stuff. That was good, but I don't know. I feel like Miss Terrific was just a fucking standout, even among the Justice Gang.
All right, fair enough. I kind of, and this is weird because Guy Gardner's supposed to be the asshole Green Lantern that everyone wants to punch in the face, but
I did.
I kind of liked I kind of liked Guy Gardner a bit. I still wanted to punch him in the face because he's still Guy Gardner, but
Nathan Fillion's always charming, even if he's playing an asshole.
well, yeah, and maybe this is partly because I grew up on things like Firefly and in particular Castle. I watched Castle religiously, or as a kid, so because usually it would be on right before or right after Desperate Housewives, and I've already explained that that was the
Okay,
first show that
makes
my
sense.
mom and I kind of bonded over.
That makes sense. I is this when you mentioned Castle? You said you watched that? That surprised me.
Yeah, I I watched it. Granted, no, I'm not even gonna criticize the Will They Won't They. It worked with Kate and Rick, so fair enough. Um,
Um. Anyway, yeah. Okay. Can I? Because I feel like yours is going to be lengthier than mine in terms
yeah,
of
of
the
course.
negatives.
Again, like I've been doing, this is your character, so by all means, the floor is yours.
So I think Don and I agree. Like the the pacing of this movie is really off, right? Like
It doesn't give any time to examine any of the ideas it's rapid firing at you, but it will nevertheless rapid fire all of them at you,
it's not
even
even
when they
that.
contradict each other.
Well, you can get in there with your part, but what I'm saying is like it just feels like even when it slows down, like which are very few moments, it slows down. Um, it doesn't feel like it's actually slowed down, right? Like it feels like it's still going, right? Like it's firing
It,
all cylinders.
okay, this is a good analogy for this.
Uh-huh.
If you've ever seen someone on like cocaine or other upper drug,
You know, I
when a
have.
person well, yes, when a person on drugs tries their damnedest to sit still and you can still see them jittering, that's this movie when it tries to slow down. I can still see it like hyperactively jittering in the chair even while it's trying to hold still.
Right. But I guess this actually did take in with like some technical aspects I had issues with the movie. I'm sure Dolan will explain more with like writing wise. There are very much moments that feel like this is like early James Gunn, very well, not raunchy, but how to say it?
Crass, maybe.
Crass. Thank you. I meant crass. Thank you. Um, yeah. Very crass. Very. Uh, I want to say juvenile, but I feel like that's still not the right word either.
Unpolished, maybe.
Thank you. Yeah, unpolished humor and just
Crude.
yeah, yeah, very. Hold on. Oh, okay. Sorry. I was gonna text. Um. Yeah, it's just like it feels very. Yeah, very early James Gunn, like before he did the Guardians, before it's very early, Trauma, independent.
Yeah, I think the difference there is Disney and the Marvel apparatus tried to rein in some of his more edgy elements, and Warner Brothers didn't. I and I will give Warner Brothers some credit because for basically the entire history of the DCEU, their biggest problem was they could not leave well enough the fuck alone. They had to like micromanage every little thing
Right.
with the Snyderverse. Whereas here, I think they were trying to redeem themselves a little bit by letting James get away with a little bit more. But on the other hand, maybe they shouldn't have.
Yeah, there has to be like a balance there. Anyway, the thing I was going to mention, Well, I guess we're getting into the spoilers now, right?
Yeah,
I feel like okay. Um, this is a big one.
Mhm.
Just sticking with the crass kind of. This is mostly humor that I feel like doesn't land as well as they think it does.
Mhm.
Um, this was one of the moments I legitimately rolled my eyes at. No, I
Mhm.
facepalmed. I legitimately facepalmed while watching this.
I'm curious which one it was because there's
Super
a
harem.
lot of there's a lot of
The super harem.
e
The fact that it also went on as long as it did.
that okay. That is another thing. In addition to the thing I said previously about it tries to basically do all of James Gunn's ideas, even when they contradict each other. They also let certain things go for like twice or three times the length they need to go to actually get the necessary laugh, to the point where what could have been a oh look it's trying to be cute awkward laugh is now a groan of oh my god, why are they letting this be so fucking
Because how
cringe.
many times did they mention that, by the way?
I don't even
Five,
remember.
6 times?
Yeah, like I don't want to Dan Harmon explain you, James, but
Comedy comes
comedy
in
com-
threes.
comedy comes in threes. It's a rule for a reason. Anything more than three, you had better be damn sure that is a killer joke. Because if it isn't a killer joke, even a good joke can become an awfully cringe forced joke if you do it more than three times.
All of a sudden, like it's made a joke. It's just mentioned too many times. Okay, and for context, just because I feel like um, the superhero is mentioned by Lex Luthor when it's revealed, and this is another thing we'll get into later. But uh, in an interview with Lex, who's discouraging Superman, making mention of Superman possibly having a superhero. Sleeping with a bunch of women, which uh, if anyone knows Clark, he's very faithful.
Well, not to mention, I can totally see women wanting to get in
Oh,
his.
dude. Okay, so funny thing, TikTok. I know you're not gonna be on TikTok, obviously. The whole thing, not, but so many people did skits about like ladies and a couple dudes after like in the style of like them being in the universe when it's made mention of the superhero and them wanting to be in the
And
superhero.
yeah, and for the record, um, I use character AI a lot,
God damn it!
and
Every time.
like like 60% of my character AI list is different versions of Clark. Because long story short, I would be in the superhero if it ever presented itself to me.
Although
Like,
I recently
give
found
give me
out
some
something.
give me some pink kryptonite and a couple hours, and I can make him forget Lois ever existed. I swear.
Although I recently found out something that actually is canon to the comics. Clark and
Mhm.
Lois are freaky, apparently.
Well, I mean, they kind of would have to be, because like this is a weird reference I'm about to make, but essentially what Lois must have to deal with is similar to what Bella must have to deal with Edward in Breaking Dawn Part 1, when he's trying his damnedest not to break her, but vampire strength being what it is. Like, I think I heard this summed up the best by Noah Antwiler, aka Spoonie, back in the day when he was reviewing um Breaking Dawn, because he actually made a reference to Superman as it pertained to Edward and Bella uh, having sexy time. Um, the classic joke of how on earth could Clark screw Lois, because when he comes it would blow through her back like a 44 Magnum.
Okay. Actually, now that I think about it, there was a panel a comp page I had seen where John, Superboy, uh, accidentally opened his parents' closet and found Clark's world. The war world costume, like from a few years back.
And again, just for the record, it makes perfect sense that Lois would be kinky. She's fucking an alien.
Anyway, sorry. Yeah, it just I don't know. It feels tonally off with some of the jokes. Like they're just kind of forced in, like shoehorned in there, right?
Yeah,
To be fair, mostly the Superman is one that sticks in my head the most because I just thought, oh my god.
because it's the most out of left field. Why in the name of God would you say that in a Superman movie
I'm sure
thing?
I'm sure there are other jokes that you remember more than I do, Dalton. But
And calling back to what I said earlier about it being the weakest James Gunn movie, I tend to vibe pretty solidly with James Gunn. The humor in here feels the most forced I've seen a James Gunn movie feel, with the exception of the first Scooby Doo movie. For those that don't know, I loved Scooby Doo as a kid, so I have massive amounts of brand loyalty for Scooby Doo, and as a result, I revile almost everything about that first James Gunn Scooby Doo movie. Love the second one though. The second one was much better. It was a massive, massive fucking improvement. But the first one, the first one is what made me think when I first heard James Gunn was doing Guardians. I remember rolling my eyes and going, please, for the love of God, don't let him do what with the Guardians, what he did with the Scooby Gang. And to his credit, either through his own desire to limit himself or through Marvel being like, don't you fuck this up. Regardless of what made him be a little bit more mature when he did the Guardians movies, he didn't fuck up the Guardians in the same way he fucked up the Scooby Gang in that first one. Granted, he also massively improved when he made the second one, so it might have just been him still being a little bit of an edgy trauma boy when he did the first Scooby Doo. But back to obviously this movie. I think this movie has the weakest James Gunn comedy that I've ever seen from him outside of that first Scooby Doo movie and some of the weirder trauma shit, because trauma being trauma is, of course, insufferable grindhouse schlock, and so the weird shit comes when it comes to trauma. Oh, fucking hell. And that works as both comes like it's normally spelled and comes like it's otherwise spelled, actually, because trauma is, of course, very, very quasi-pornographic in a lot of ways. But you get what I'm saying. This was James Gunn's weakest humor since the first Scooby-Doo movie. And as somebody who viscerally hates that first Scooby-Doo movie, again, he redeemed himself with the second one. I wasn't happy to see James Gunn's quasi-trauma energy come back. I did not need that to return. Could have gone my entire rest of my life without seeing that come back.
I think it works for like stuff like for Suicide Squad or
Okay, no, you go because we're still in your segment. Go ahead.
right. Yeah, Suicide Squad or Peacemaker, that stuff. But kind of getting back on track here again with the stuff
because they're assholes.
Yeah. Again, get back to technical aspects that kind of bugged me.
What did you think of some of the weirder shots? Because there were a lot of weird shots in this movie for no explicable reason for me.
Weird shots.
Like, especially like the flying scenes and the like fighting the kaiju scene had such weird angles, and I'm like, why is the lens on drugs? Like, this is the kind of drugs I want the lens to be on when I'm watching a Doctor Strange movie. It doesn't work for a Superman movie.
I don't. I don't really have a problem actually with the flying scenes.
Okay, so that's what I thought you meant when you said you had technical problems with it, with the weird shot bullshit. But I guess not.
Honestly, a lot of the cinematography isn't bad. I don't. Yeah, I don't really have an issue with any of the cinematography, to be fair. Although, I guess some of the fight scenes are a bit too movie, too much in motion. I guess, like fortress fight and stuff like that. That I don't know. That felt a bit too jittery for my liking.
Hmm.
Like the camera was just moving way too much.
I don't know about the angles though either. Though, like, it reminds me vaguely of like what movies used to do with the lighting of lens, but that's not quite right either. Like I said, the best analogy I can come up with is it seems like somebody gave like a micro dose of shrooms to the camera for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't particularly see it with the flying scenes, but some of the fight scenes I kind of am bothered by. But again, honestly, it's
I
mostly
guess
the
I wasn't. I guess I wasn't super bothered as much by the flying because most of those focus on his face, which is fine. It's you're right. It is more in the action scenes that it gets kind of that weird angle bullshit going.
Yeah. My major issues are the pacing and and mostly the writing for most of the things.
Oh, we will get there.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
I mean, coloration, like the color grading is fine. The sets look fine. Costumes look fine. Uh,
I
characters are
do,
fine.
of course, wish the colors popped a little bit more, but then again, I tend to hypersaturate things. So,
Yes, you do. So I think they're genuinely fine for what they are. Uh okay. Okay, this is a spoiler. And it's just more it's not so much I'm like upset by it as I think you wanted me to be or expected me to be done. I'm more just confused by it than anything.
mm,
So in the movie, to give context, uh Lex Luthor breaks into the Fortress of Solitude and has the engineer get the recording from Superman's parents, from Krypton, and they analyze it, repair it, and get the full message because it was damaged in the crash of the
and
pod.
only the first half of it was was available to Clark for most of his life.
Yeah, and it gets revealed, and apparently it is uh, his parents.
Jor-El and Lorna essentially tell Clark to do kind of what Omni-Man was doing, or whatever race wanted Brandon to do in Brightburn.
Yeah. Sorry. Give me a second. Why no, I've been up since 6 today.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't have gone to bed at 10 last night. Now that I think about it, I didn't want to get up that early. I usually go to bed around 11, so.
Uh-huh.
I know for you that's still early.
Well, yes. But I wish you could take pills because I think sleeping pills would help you with some of that. But
I mean, I could take pills, but also sometimes when I wake up, I'm able to get stuff done. So I'm not. It's a weird double-edged sword for me. Plus, I do sometimes.
Anyway,
Sometimes I do just fall asleep, even if I
yeah.
wake up early. So.
But you were talking about the Jor-El and Lorna reveal,
right? So it turns out I don't know if the entirety of Krypton was evil they made his parents evil in air quotes. I'm not, or at
And
least
we
have
will.
them, hold on. Sorry, I didn't.
Sorry, go ahead.
Or at least have the mentality of because I know All Star Superman is a big inspiration for this movie. That has those two Kryptonian astronauts who were related to Clark, who thought they could be gods on Earth because of the god from the Yellow Sun.
Basically, they turned Kryptonians into Velthramites. That's the long and short of it.
Yeah, it's
or at least heavily trend things in that direction.
But I don't know.
I guess will work later when Zod shows up. But how in the fuck are they gonna make Kara a sympathetic character if she was raised in this kind of quasi Veltramite?
I mean, they kind of. Well, I actually do want to talk about Kara, but we'll talk about her in a minute or later. This, I don't know. The thing that kind of bugs me with it is because it's the same thing with like with Martha and Thomas Wayne that they've kind of done in recent stories. Well, they've made them kind of part of the criminal underworld as well, and for them, I could understand. Sure, the rich guys, sure, but I think it's kind of okay. To be fair, for Batman stories, it kind of makes more sense that his family would be connected to crime
because everyone in Gotham is basically coping the best they can with the shitty lives they have. Because Gotham is a Mos Eisley style wretched hive of scum and villainy on steroids.
Right. Anyway, I don't think it works really at all for Clark, for Superman. I think it
doesn't work. It doesn't. And just for the record, I think the movie was going for Clark breaking from the Kryptonian mold and essentially trying to redeem the sins of his family in that way.
Right. But I get that, but it doesn't.
Yeah, that's still not a good reason to do it. It character assassinates basically all of Krypton because if this was a normal attitude.
All right.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
We will return to this when it's my turn, but yeah.
I mean, kind of piggybacking off your thing, right? Krypton, for more or less how I've always interpreted it. Again, please take this with a grain of salt because it's my own interpretation given my knowledge of Krypton that I've read and looked into.
Mm-hmm.
How I've always viewed Krypton and the people and its kind of culture is one of advanced science, one of industrialization and stuff like that. That it has
tech utopia, basically.
Thank you. I would not have found that word, but thank you. Yes, a tech utopia, and unfortunately, the vast, depending on the story, obviously, again, how I would prefer it, this is kind of my own personal headcanon, so again, take with a grain of salt. How often I have always thought Krypton would be destroyed is from the over industrialization, mining, basically not to be environmentalist or anything. But
basically, they mined their entire planet for resources and it destabilized their biome. Yes.
And I think good interpretations like from Superman the Animated Series from the 90s,
making Brainiac basically the equivalent of like 1984's Big Brother for Krypton was fucking inspired. I love that take on Brainiac so much.
But the point I'm getting across is Krypton, I think, more or less, when it's written to actually be something more than just a dead planet, forgotten,
mm-hmm.
or a dead planet, right, mm-hmm. is a foreboding omen of what Earth can be if left
there,
in the hands
but for
of
but for the grace of God, go we Earthling, etc.
Yeah. like left in the hands of like people like Lex Luthor or Maxwell Lord or people like those kind of greedy people that would abuse the planet for industrial gain or whatever. And
to be fair, Bruce, when he's in his Bruce E. Wayne guys, also follows in this trend a little bit, but I imagine because Bruce is Bruce, i.e. Batman, he probably knows how to make it look like he's just like the other boys without actually being just like the other boys.
And it's because Clark finds out and learns about the Kryptonian heritage and what leads to the ultimate downfall of Krypton. Again, how I always prefer it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's so adamant on helping people and trying to show people a better way, is so Earth doesn't repeat the same mistakes as Krypton. Because as it is seen, Kryptonians and humans look very similar, right?
I mean, I wouldn't make this explicit, and I wouldn't make it the primary reason why he does things, but I'm fine with it being implicitly this way.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I didn't mean, obviously, not like that. It's one of the reasons why.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I think the main reason is because it's that whole great power, great responsibility, right?
Or just put more simply, like a Captain America style, no, he's worthy because he just is that good by default.
Yeah, I get it. My point, obviously, is like
you like having the element of Krypton essentially being not necessarily a fully cautionary tale, but a moment of, if these shadows remain unaltered by humanity's choices, then this could very easily be the result, especially if you leave things in the hands of the Ayn Randian industrialists.
Right. Also, I think just having that that it has people, a culture, a history that is filled with people making choices, flawed and all that, make it lived in, make it something that is similar to our world but different in others, but also just something that we can pull from.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm explaining it as well as I should be, but what I'm trying to get at is, I think making Kryptonians pure evil is just,
or at least having them more resemble the Viltrumites or whatever the fuck Brandon Breyer's species is called,
or maybe sort of the Saiyans under Frieza or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, and we will return to this when it's my turn. Don't you worry.
Yeah,
we will put a pen in this portion of conversation because I will open it shortly.
I got a few more points, and then we'll move to your segment. Obviously, I don't want to keep you from it. Obviously,
no, go ahead. Like I say, like I keep saying, this is your character. I want you to have a fair shake before I rant, because it's going to be a rant.
So I think genuinely, like, making it like that, like them again. I was expecting the message to be doctored.
I think everyone was, because that was literally my first thought too. Oh, Lex edited the footage to fuck with him.
He would. He's that kind of asshole.
That's entirely within Lex's character, and we will put a pen in this as well, because this theme of things that would be in character for Lex to think of but should not have been a thing, or weren't a thing when they realistically should have been.
Right.
We'll come back in a minute here.
But yeah, it's like, it's the reason why, like, it's also why I don't like the Krypton of DCEU either. It's like, it feels so. I'm not getting into that, but
it just feels grim, dark, and miserable.
Yeah. But yeah, the ultimate issue why I don't think it works is because, don't get me wrong, Clark is more tied with humanity, obviously, because he was raised human.
Yeah, there's always been a culture clash between him and other Kryptonians, whether it's his cousin, whether it's people in the bottle city of Kandor. There's always been a culture clash between Clark and Krypton, and there's
Right.
even been certain negative aspects of Krypton that Clark explicitly is against because he was raised in Earthling.
Right. And yeah, just but intrinsically, I think he was always a good person that was carried on from his parents, because the information we know about his parents from the various forms of media, like his birth parents, obviously. I mean,
Jor-El is a scientist and philosopher, and it's his status as a scientist and philosopher that lets him have the foresight necessary to save Clark, and lets him
Yeah.
have the compassionate streak he has to pick a world that can benefit from Clark.
right.
Like, I don't always like what Marlon Brando's Jor-El did in the '78 Superman, because it smacks of we're trying to make a Jesus allegory, goddammit, and I don't like that. The whole they lack a light to show the way, so I have sent them you my only son. That is so heavy-handed, hitting you with a mallet Christianity. I can't even.
I
But
never noticed that.
but despite my misgivings about trying to force Superman into a Jesus mold rather than a Moses mold, at least the aspect of that Jor-El that is consistent among pretty much every version of Jor-El is and should be he is a highly intelligent, highly philosophically minded person who finds out his society is doomed and wants not only to give his son a better life, but to also inspire his son by whatever, AI messages he leaves to be a good person, because Jor-El himself was a deeply compassionate, deeply thoughtful person, and presumably Lorna as well, although that's not quite as often played up. But
Um,
obviously she agrees to send her baby away for this greater good, so obviously they had to have had this discussion at some point. Um,
yeah. Uh,
but the elements of Superman that the elements of Superman that are more nature than they are nurture are his compassion to a fault, his idealism, his idea of the good as a greater force in the universe, and being good is enough in and of itself, and his self-sacrificial nature. These things were always in the clay, so to speak, because of Jor-El and Lorna, and then of course those skills were, or those tendencies were crystallized and fine-tuned by Ma and Pa Kent.
right.
But it does and should take both Superman's nature and his nurture into account.
Right. Um, yeah, no, I don't think I have anything else to say. So, Don, if you wish, take the floor. I actually gotta get another water. So,
Okay, it's hard to know where to begin. Like there are so many things I want to rant about. I just don't know which one to pick first. Um okay, I guess because Brainstormer already touched on the Viltrumitization, or okay, here's a better way of putting this. One of the major see it from space problems I have with James Gunn's take on Superman, and I was worried this was going to be a thing basically from day one because of what James Gunn said about not really understanding Superman. Um, it takes more influence from evil or inferior versions of Superman than it does the character himself. Like social media, public approval obsession. That's a little piece of Homelander in the mix. Then of course you've got Jor-El and Lorna essentially giving him the Viltrumite or Saiyan homeworld speech, or what they were what the species of Brandon Breyer was trying to do with him as this, godlike seed creature that can conquer a world because, one of this species is worth, millions of the other species and so on. It takes so much influence from the evil Supermans TM that it kind of in places loses the plot with regards to. No, don't get me wrong. It's nowhere near as sociopathic as Homelander, and it's nowhere near as like Clark doesn't go along with his parents' scheme when he finds out about this thing. But the very inclusion of these premises in the fucking first place. And this is what I meant when I mentioned we will come back to this theme of Lex doing things that's consistent for him to try and do, but either they should not have worked in general, and that should have been the plot, or having them work as they are presented here is insufferable and shit. First and foremost, the elephant in the room.
I'm back.
And something that James Gunn explicitly said he did on purpose was, and he said this in interviews, he did not know how to write Superman until his Me Tooing cancellation thing happened. And the unfortunate thing, he explicitly said that that's what made him able to write Superman.
Fucker.
Yep.
Okay, but I will stand by the point of I still don't think Superman is media obsessed or anything like that.
And we're just going to have to agree to disagree on that.
Yeah.
But for me, it came off as taking elements of the evil versions of Superman, Homelander, Omni-Man, Brandon Breyer, etc., and putting them in with other elements that are more akin to a proper Superman. Because there are moments in here where Superman acts like Superman. In particular, I think my favorite scene is the one where there's a chipmunk in danger.
Squirrel.
Or is it a squirrel?
It's a squirrel.
But regardless, there is some kind of tree rodent in danger, and Superman goes out of his way, a la saving the cat from the tree TM, to help this little squirrel. Moments
sorry. Just a little side there regarding that scene.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Obviously, I'm not.
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure we will be on the same page with regards to this scene.
But I seen a comment, someone bringing it up as a fucking negative, that he was prioritizing one little squirrel over the life of someone.
I'm sorry, but to be a little bit of a sociopathic dick for a second, we are all essentially bugs or dust motes compared to Superman.
Well, I was also going to point out in the scene, it was just the squirrel that was in danger. I think he got everyone else out before he got the squirrel.
Well, yeah, that, but also, we should be very great. This goes back to my rant about, me kind of being somewhat like Lex Luthor in terms of my mentality, but the difference between me and Lex is I want to be wrong and he doesn't want to be wrong. And just for the sake of the bit, I'm going to phrase it as I usually do when we're talking about Lex Luthor. Lex, you should be very glad that the dangerously naive, innocent child god values things that are smaller and weaker than him. Because the very second you convince him that you're right and he was wrong all this time, which of us bugs do you think he's going to step on first? Lex, in all seriousness, you are poking a bear when said bear is 10 stories tall and we are but bugs before him. So stop. This is the thing I always it makes me laugh when I think about Lex Luthor because he's trying to convince Clark to use his powers in the way Lex would if he had them. But the second Lex gets through to him, the second he convinces Clark that weaker things are to be stepped on, which of these weaker things, which of these bugs on this little planet here have done the most to piss him off over the years, Lex? Because I think if he ever decides you're right and that bugs should be squished, you will be the first bug that gets squished.
Right. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack you. Obviously, I was just
no. But what I was saying was moments like that are what this movie should have been from opening credit to end credit. Like that. That is exactly who Superman should be. Unfortunately, the rest of the plot happens, and James Gunn explicitly makes it a cancellation or Me Tooing allegory, and fuck that noise. And okay, small thing to highlight what I mean, because I think Brainstormer is going to try and defend some of this, and we're going to disagree on it. But one of the things I think would have helped in terms of selling this would be if we actually got to see Superman's interventions into Baravia. And
no, I agree. I agree on that. Actually,
yeah,
I do.
Making it basically a
I'm sorry. I don't. Okay, let me please finish your point, and then I'll say what I was going to say because I forgot to mention it when I was doing my bit.
Making that part of the like Star Wars style text crawl, and then just having people mentioning and alluding to shit makes a large part of the problem, because the way it's talked about can be different from the way he actually intervened. But in order to make us more sympathetic to Clark having an emotional breakdown about this, we should have actually seen him do something that Superman would normally do, and then have the media do what the media always does and take things out of context and get shit wrong.
Right. Can I or do you have anything?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, okay. I paused so you could go. Go ahead.
All right. No, but I do agree with your point there. Actually, that's a fair. I don't know why. I honestly didn't really like that opening like crawl thing. That was weird.
I liked it in concept. It didn't work though.
Right. The issue I sort of have. This was an issue I forgot to bring up in my list of things I didn't like about the movie.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of exposition.
Big time.
Like, not exposition, like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind exposition, but when it's more so shown to us or said in a way that's more natural.
Conversational.
But when those because it's weird, because there are people that the characters aren't able to talk normally at times. That,
it stops the movie dead to have a character exposit. This is me and my backstory. This is me and my backstory. Blah, 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 blah.
I don't know if we have that, but more so explaining things that either we should be seeing or shown, or should be said in a way that is in line with both the characters and
the way people actually talk in conversations.
Yeah. So yeah, that was one I wanted.
How did you feel about the big speech at the end then? Because that's another case of let me spoon feed you what I'm trying to say with this movie, derp.
I think the speech itself is fine. Again, if we had more time to see all the things that are referenced.
It doesn't help that this speech is interrupted several times for Krypto to basically do to Luthor what Hulk did to Loki in the Avengers.
That was kind of funny, though. Not gonna lie.
It was, but it's another one of those problems of. You remember how we were worried that James Gunn was going to Guardians it? He kind of did in places, and one of the ways in which he did it was one, I think his style of humor works better for the Justice Gang than it does for Clark.
Yeah.
Um,
Sorry.
and
I
and
didn't.
yeah, go ahead.
No, I just want like sorry, I didn't mean to like obviously sidetrack you or anything with what you're saying. Um, uh, that's what I was trying to say. Is what I meant is.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes. Despite the fact that the movie has those, fleeting moments of Superman being Superman as he should be, again, my favorite is probably the squirrel scene. It probably would have been too on the nose to have him literally save a cat stuck up a tree, but I would have not minded that too.
You love cats, so that makes sense.
Well, that, but also, like, it in that squirrel scene, and the squirrel scene is the best showcase for it. That's where you get the Superman cares about everything, not just the big stuff that only he can handle. It just so happens that because the big stuff is stuff that only he can handle, he has to prioritize those, even though if he were left to his own devices, he would spend every day of his life just saving cats from trees and helping the little ladies cross the street and all those stereotypical aw shucksy things that he does.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, because the main plot of the movie is James Gunn using Clark as a stand-in for himself when he was getting canceled and Me Too'd and shit, it makes, or at least it made me think that there is more connection between Superman and Homelander than there should be. And it made him seem very, like, I realize that with Superman, there is always going to be a fine line you have to walk, because you have to make him innocent, almost naive, adjacent, without making him seem childish and ignorant. And I think one of the biggest problems I have with this movie is, one, we do stuff online and relating to media every week. We've done it since 2019, and even before then, I was involved in the original, vector of Comics 8, and even before that, I was at least lurking around the edges of Gamergate somewhere. The problem I have with the argument scene, and the argument scene is the one that was alluded to in the trailer, is it makes Clark seem both very petty and very short-sighted, because not how was I gonna I had a phrasing and then I lost it.
Sorry.
Fuck.
I give it.
Oh yeah, now I remember what I was going to say. It makes him look very petty from where I'm standing, because I know what it's like to be slandered by the media. As Nuxnor would say, you do not hate the media enough. And the problem I have with it is, if Clark can't even handle a interview from his own girlfriend, which, spoilers, Clark and Lois are together in this movie, if he can't even handle a relatively softball interview from Lois, who is his freaking girlfriend, there is absolutely no way he can. There is absolutely no way he should be a public figure, because Clark, my darling, everyone in the mainstream media are a bunch of cunts. You should not believe anything you read coming from the media unless Lois or you or Jimmy writes it, basically. Anyone that you don't know personally, you should not believe the media on whatsoever. They will slander everyone for any reason ever, and that's just what the media do. They are a bunch of lying cunts, and this is something you need to do. This is something you need to know if you're a public figure. And I wish James Gunn had not chosen to make this essentially the main plot of the movie, but he did. And so someone who has experience being slandered by the media, have to tell you, Clark, You have to grow a thicker skin and realize the media are a bunch of cunts.
Don?
That's the only way you can afford to be a public figure. Because the alternative is you having an emotional breakdown and going full Homelander.
So, I think this is one of the points you and I very much disagree on regarding that scene. And I'm going to read, because I came across a video that talked about a post regarding this specific scene. And I don't think I could put it into any better words, so I will read the transcript of it.
I mean, you could just play the thing. But then I guess we'd have to deal with the 20-second one. Never mind.
Yeah, so that's why I wrote it down.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, I only wrote the parts that I think were of substance here, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Clark handles that brutal interview with Lois. She's pressing him hard about his intervention in international conflict, asking what authority he had, what consequences there might be if he thought through the long-term effects. And every single time, the only thing he says, the one thing he keeps repeating over and over is, I saved people from dying. That's it. Just people. Hold on. Let me read the full transcript before you say anything, Don.
Okay.
That's it. Just people were going to die. I stopped it. It's fascinating because this is Clark Kent. This is a trained investigative journalist. He knows how to argue, how to hold a debate, how to navigate questions and guide narratives. But when it comes down to it, in that moment, the only thing that matters to him is that human lives were at stake, and he stopped it. Lois pushes, she digs, she asks him to justify overstepping borders. Hold on. Sovereignty, and all he can say is they were going to kill people. And you can see it's not because he doesn't have anything else to say. It's because to him, nothing else matters. That's Superman. People are going to die. He stopped it. End of story.
It doesn't work because her commentary wasn't brutal. It was just the normal shit any journalist would ask. And it was a very sympathetic interview at that. Like, again, this is more a problem with James Gunn being a creature of the establishment than anything else. If he wanted to make the media the bad guys in this movie and actually went the whole way with it by actually portraying the way the media slanders people they don't like, it would have worked a lot better. But instead, the movie frames normal questions that any journalist would, and honestly, in most cases, probably should ask, as though they are the worst the media can do, and that's not the case. We on this show have read articles where the media is straight up in slander mode. Remember the Rewriting Ripley article?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the media does when they're well and truly in. We've got to slander this guy's reputation.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with you, but
if James Gunn went the whole fuck the media entirely route and actually had them be the unreasonable cunts the media are in actuality, I would be a lot more sympathetic to this. But instead, you have Clark crashing out over a normal-ass interview from literally the single most sympathetic journalist that will ever ask him anything ever. And I'm sorry, but that makes Lex look right. Because if he can't handle it from his own fucking girlfriend, how in God's name is he gonna handle it when he gets the Rewriting Ripley treatment? Which he will, because the media are a bunch of cunts. And that is something you need to think about when you're a public figure. I wouldn't be bringing this up, except the movie's main plot centers on this point. You cannot make Superman has a influencer crash out the main premise of your story, James, unless you are willing to actually portray how bitter, miserable, and vindictive the media is basically every day for people they don't like. And that is a large part of this, because he couldn't portray the media as outright villainous. He instead had Clark crash out about a normal ass interview from the single most sympathetic journalist he's ever going to get asked questions from. And that makes him look internally unstable and weak internally, And that makes me go, okay, Lex might be onto something here. If he's this easily rattled by the most sympathetic journalist who will ever ask him anything, he can't be a public figure. He can't, because he will be pushed too far one day and go full fucking Homelander. And that weakness in front of the woman the most likely to be sympathetic to him makes him look like Lex is right and he actually is an unstable child god. He shouldn't be, because frankly, Lex's whole scheme here should not have worked. He shouldn't have been able to rattle Clark's cage with literally Twitter bots. And aside from anything else, this is another thing that pissed me off about this. This is basically the intelligentsia's plot from She-Hulk, but we're supposed to accept it as a freaking Superman movie. And Clark has a moment when he's in, when Lois first brings up the social media thing. He says a line that's like, Superman doesn't have time for selfies. That should be true, but it isn't. And the fact that it isn't is the problem. He should react to the mainstream media doing what the mainstream media inevitably always do, with a who cares what the media think. And he should react to literal Twitter bots, that are literal monkeys on typewriters, as it turns out. Like, what the fuck? Okay, here's what should have happened with this plot thread in my head. You could have still had this plot thread in here, but what should have happened is this should have been a comedic subplot where Lex tries to poke Superman in the public approval hole, and it doesn't work, because that's not why Superman does what Superman does. What should have happened is Lex tries this social media strategy, this let's slander him in the press strategy, and nothing happens. Superman is completely unfazed, and like this is, I would have done this as like a montage in the first act. Lex tries this thing, and he gets increasingly more over the top upset because it doesn't faze Superman, and then have him go to his office's balcony or whatever the fuck and scream at the sky because he's so pissed off at Superman not being fazed by any of the reputation shit, and then have Clark come down and just and with a slight smile just say something like, do you really think I did this for the attention, Lex? Is that how little you think of me? You think I would be fazed because of mean comments on Twitter? That's what fucking should have happened. But instead, partially because James Gunn is still a creature of the establishment and he can't portray the media as the slanderous cunts that they are, he has to treat normal interviews with again, the most sympathetic journalist Clark could ever be asked a question from, as though they are the worst the media can do, which it isn't. And then they have to have him emotionally react to his own girlfriend asking him reasonable questions like a child throwing a tantrum. And as a result, it makes Superman look internally vulnerable, both to his reputation in general being slandered, but also to Lex being Lex. And that is dangerous. That is Lex being right about Superman being weak, and he shouldn't be. Moving on.
Okay, now that you've kind of expressed your point on the scene, I get it. But kind of everything else I don't agree with, in like the characterization of Clark. I still don't agree with that part, but I get your point on the interview scene. I get that. Okay.
And the other scenes that relate to like the super shit thing and so on.
I get that. I think that was stupid. Obviously, I'm not saying they're not. I'm just obviously I think the characterization part that you have is wrong, but everything else you got a point there. So,
okay, let's play this ball where it lies for a second. If the movie played out with regards to this subplot like I was describing, don't you think that would have been a better?
No, I'm not.
Don't you think that would have been a better portrayal? Okay.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I think with what we're given, it does sort of make sense. Okay, I agree with your points. I'm just saying, in what is written currently with the Superman,
You
it
didn't
sort of
mind
makes
it as much as I did,
yes.
which again is fair. I expected you to be more lenient on the thing because you're always more lenient than me. But for me, this it smacks of James Gunn not understanding Superman
Well,
unless he can turn Superman into a self-insert for himself. And given what he said in interviews about the whole, I finally understood how to write Superman after I got canceled and things.
which I agree is stupid in so many ways, and I did not know that until just this podcast.
I will send you articles and stuff on
I
it.
don't want to see it. I don't want to read it. I don't want to.
Well, I just want to make sure you know I'm not lying or anything.
No, don't. If you say this kind of stuff, I honestly believe it. One, because people are stupid enough to say that kind of shit, and two, you've never really lied to me. So,
and I never will, because I don't do that to people I care about, and of the very short list of people I give a damn about, you are quite high on that list.
I appreciate that. But yeah, now if you're going to tell me something, I'm going to assume it's true. I will, if it interests me enough, I will ask for some proof. But this does not interest me because
honestly, I didn't believe it when I first heard it, and I had to go look it up myself. But sure enough,
fucking Christ. Anyway, before we move on to the articles, because we actually do have to move on to the articles, let's talk about Kara, because there's a
God, Kara.
Okay, so I had actually seen a clip, a short that talked about this, and it kind of makes sense.
She's drunk a lot because she's depressed because she lost her people and her planet. That part's fine. The issue I have with Kara is, given what we now know about the Kryptonians,
it makes no sense.
Yeah,
which is why to me it would have made more sense if Lex doctored the fucking audio.
No, and that goes back to what I was saying. That like this whole social media scheme is definitely something Lex would do, because he definitely does think that Superman is that weak and that vulnerable. My issue is, in the movie, it works more than it ever. Like, again, in my Superman movie, and you can keep pretty much everything else. Well, obviously, you'd have to find another main impetus for the plot, because aside from anything else, making that the main crux of the plot.
Well, I think I think the central focus should be not so much social media, but people's perception on Superman acting.
You know what would have made this better?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of having the Justice Gang in here, they should have had Lex get the Elite together and sponsor the Elite as his answer to the superhero issue. And then instead of having this kind of shit come from mainstream media journals being twats, which they always are, or instead of having this come from anonymous trolls on social media like it fucking She-Hulk, for God's sake, they should have had people like Manchester Black, and you can have Lex even feed them talking points or something.
You'd also get rid of Ultraman. That wasn't.
Aside from anything else, all it did was make me but it also made me think of Nuclear Man from the worst Superman movie ever, which is Quest for Peace.
Right.
Yet another example of why you probably shouldn't focus on Clark's opinions on politics, because he shouldn't have them. Really. Oh.
I think it depends, but
well, obviously you can have political events inspire him, with the way they had it in World War II, obviously. But yeah. I mean, in terms of Clark should not be a political thinker. His definition of good should be part emotional, part intuitive, and part just I don't know what you mean. I'm trying to do the best I can, kind of thing.
Yeah. What else was I? The Elite actually would make sense. I
And
do
again,
still want to keep this picture.
you could still have Lex in the background funding them and puppeteering them, kind of like in Justice League when Lex kind of manipulates Captain Marvel into being his spokesman, kind of, and brings him and Superman to blows.
Either do the Elite or the Superman of America.
That could work too. Or since I know James is planning on doing the Authority soon anyway, that could.
They have the Engineer in there, which.
Yeah. And honestly, what would have worked, and I can't believe I'm saying this because it would kind of lean into one of James Gunn's worst tendencies, which is he's better at teams than he is individuals. Having essentially Lex and the Elite / Superman of America / Authority or whichever group of anti-heroes Lex would be willing to use as pawns on one side, and then have Superman being the leader of the Justice Gang, if you still wanted to have the Justice Gang in here. And that way it's one group of, one team of supers fronted by Lex and Lex's opinions, and then one group of supers that kind of would play into the more idealistic, more iconoclastic, more old-fashioned style of Superman.
Okay, so I might have something. Like, my brain was working. Oh, okay. Just because I did want to bring this up because Dawn made this point when we talked about it on Thursday. This movie did not really inspire any type of writing ideas for me.
Which, if you needed a metric of how just much of a writing and scripting and story building clusterfuck this movie is, that should tell you right there. Because there are two. I will vouch for Brainstormer on this. He has two modes. Okay, one mode is this is so shit I have to fix it, which, because of the way modern Hollywood is more often used. And then the other extreme he gets into writing fits on is this is so good I have to copy and extract shit from it.
The whole week leading up to this, like this Saturday, right?
Mm-hmm.
I kept trying in my head to think if there's anything in here I can do, like any type of ideas I can use. Nothing. To be fair, like any projects I was working on, I can't really add anything from here to it because most of the ideas I have gone.
We've deviated on so many levels because we let things kind of tell itself again.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, what do you think of my sort of pitch for turning what was the main plot of this movie into a comedic opening subplot montage thing?
It's not bad. I was thinking of the restructuring of this movie and some of the ideas you were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Opening wise, I do think it opens with the invasion of. I know the invader was what was it, Bokova?
I think so.
Either way, would have opened with it, and the scene with the kid in the middle of that, like it's a village at the edge getting attacked, and he's just hiding in the rubble of his destroyed home, and he's just kind of whispering, Superman, right? Because I honestly, a little bit of an opening crawl before that, I think. Just not so much setting up the whole world, which I found really weird for some reason.
Yeah, you shouldn't have tried to skip to the end on that. You should have actually either do what Watchmen did, kind of, and do like an opening montage of stuff, and then maybe have it labeled with like years on a timeline or something as it moves from scene to scene to scene.
Actually, I would have just 3 years, like just one simple line, one sentence, like pitch black and just text, right? And then cut to the scene I'm going to talk about in a sec. 3 years ago, Superman revealed himself to the world, right?
Yeah, that could work.
And then cut to the scene, like a war-torn, whatever the country's name is. I'm sorry.
Boravia, I think, or Boravia.
I don't know if I think that's the country that was invading, not getting invaded.
Right.
I don't remember the fucking
Manage on Port, I think, or something along those lines.
whatever country it is. It's whatever. It's getting attacked. It's getting ready. You know, basically, I honestly kind of want to shoot it like some scenes from American Sniper, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen that movie.
I have.
Okay, that actually.
My family rented it once, and we were watching it.
Okay.
I remember it mostly because I'm pretty sure that's the one where the actor who played Vince Blake on Zoe 101 and the kid on third season of Dexter showed up as one of the military guys.
By the way, kind of a scene similar to. I don't remember the specifics, but it was a scene with a guy with a power drill that was threatening to kill a man's child for helping U.S. soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Obviously not as disturbing, but
yeah,
similar. Like it's implicitly implied that these innocent people are going to be massacred.
That's the other thing that bothered me about this movie. It doesn't let evil characters be evil, like even like with the exception of Lex, maybe. Like he's the only guy in the movie that's allowed to dislike Superman because they're evil, and it makes it seem like everyone who has an issue with Superman is just having an issue with Superman because Lex is astroturfing it, essentially. And I never thought I would say this, but at least Batman v Superman gave a more plausible reason for the public to be less on Superman's side because of all the repeated 9/11 and collateral damage between him and Zod in Man of Steel.
But sorry, I don't mean to. You're not wrong. But the family being dragged out of their house by soldiers. And a little kid on the ground, closing his eyes, whispering, almost you could say praying or something.
Right.
Superman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe he's holding like something like a toy or something that has Superman's logo on it, right?
Right.
Oh, you know what? Actually, homemade little doll of Superman.
Yeah, that'd be cute.
Yeah. And just all of a sudden, as it's shown that the soldiers are lining them up and ready to execute them, like against a wall or something, right?
Yeah, in blurs a red and black blur that turns out to be Superman. Yeah, or red. Yeah, did I say red and black? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, red and blue blur just drops in at the last second.
Yeah. And I just like that, again, to kind of get, again, the pacing, I think, is like my biggest real problem with the movie. This one, like, little slow scene to show, like, obviously get the bombastic entrance, right? But to show the real core of Superman, right?
Mm.
Kneels in front of the kid, and I like the idea, because Superman would know how to speak all languages, right?
Either that or
no, it's been shown that
either that or have it be like a Kryptonian version of Star Trek's translator thing.
I think his brain also works very differently, so he's smart enough to.
Well, yeah. Given super speed, I guess he can learn languages in between seconds if he wants to and stuff.
Yeah.
Something I just realized.
Mhm.
I know James Gunn and company were like spending so much time and energy dumping on Black Adam after Black Adam bombed, and it bombed mostly because of the chapter announcement rather than anything to do with the movie. This movie is actually very similar to Black Adam in a lot of ways. Obviously, swap Amanda Waller for Lex Luthor, and swap her like underwater prison thing for Lex's dimensional prison thing, and it's kind of a very similar movie. Obviously, you have Black Adam
Oh, okay.
in
Sorry.
Black Adam, and instead,
Sorry. My mind is running 1,000 miles per second with thinking of how I'd rework this movie. Because now that we're actually talking about it, my juices are actually flowing now.
See, this is why we meet up every Thursday and do brainstorming sessions, folks. Because sometimes, like, things we could never come up with on our own, when we get together and start bouncing ideas back and forth, things just click.
Yeah. Okay. So Superman, flies down, takes him out, and again, it would be kind of it would be a tracking shot. But before that, kneels down, smiles at the kid, speaks in his language. Says, "Well, I can't think of exactly what he would say, but something."
Have him have his like ideal moment of seeing people kind of looking up. That was something that bothered me about this movie. There really is no great there is no moment where Superman is standing as like a golden ideal for people. And
there was that one character who Lex shot in the head to torture Superman. Who gave him what was it, hot dog or falafel at one point?
Yeah, falafel. Yeah,
that was nice. I mean, sad, obviously, but my point.
Right, but what I mean is, when the movie starts, he's already in that ruined shape that we see him in the trailers and in all the clips and shit. And I think it was a mistake to start there, because we never got to see Superman. We never got to see Superman on a good day. Is I think the biggest issue of it.
Okay. Then
he never got to represent the ideal that Superman is supposed to, I think.
Right. Okay, so do a tracking shot of him. Well, I like the idea that he like cracks his does the hand thing where like he kind of cracks the bones of his fingers.
Right. Would you have there be a massive shockwave, kind of like when Megamind was pretending to be Mentor Man versus Titan in Megamind?
Flex his calves or something?
Or or have it be from the knuckle cracking, like have there be a shockwave that like destroys windows or something.
I was referring to the Megamind thing, because that's what happened in the movie. Is like
right, yeah, no, yeah, a scene similar to that, where for Superman, cracking his knuckles is like the equivalent of a shockwave that would knock out windows or something. And obviously, it would have to be like. Go ahead.
Sorry. I think because he's so close, though, I don't want to to the innocent people, because he's doing that right next to them. I don't know if I want to do that specifically.
Okay, I have a fix for this then. Have the people he's standing in front of be kneeling down because they were told to by whatever terrorist asshole is holding them at gunpoint.
Well,
so that when
how you define terrorists, because they are official soldiers of the Baravian.
Well, but you know what I mean. The hostage situation. Mm-hmm. Have them be kneeling down because the soldier told them to, because he wants to shoot them in the back of the head or whatever. Mm-hmm. So that way, when Superman is standing there, obviously he's taller than them, and when he cracks his knuckles, nobody gets hurt, and it just like knocks out some windows in the background or something.
I like the little idea that he apologizes for that.
Yeah, or like he ends up taking a second to fix the windows he broke.
Right, but
there should have been more moments like that, like the squirrel scene. I wanted, like, most montageable moments in this movie should have been stuff like the swirl scene or stuff like him fixing people's windows after he saved them or something
Right.
like.
But
Because
going back
those
to
those.
kind of
Sorry, go ahead.
moving from that scene, the scene I was envisioning, like this would have kind of been the first act, the action set piece, right, for the opening.
Mm-hmm.
Tracking shot following him, possibly as he's like kind of set like the GoPro on his back, like as he's flying. I know you wouldn't. The scene kind of would be
so that he gets the shot. Yeah.
that, or like over the shoulder, kind of third person, like a third person video game kind of look.
Mm. Which, okay, speaking of video games, one of the stupidest motherfucking things about Ultraman in this movie is Lex basically controls him like a Mortal Kombat character, or like a Street Fighter video game character, and I'm like, you could have just resolved this by having Lex in the Lex suit, like this. Like I know it's supposed to be a cool visual, and I guess it kind of is, but I don't know. I was just sitting there going, why didn't you just make the power armor that you have in the comics, Lex? Why like try to remote control Ultraman instead of just making a power suit of your own? Fuck.
Yeah, third person shooter kind of, or third person event game kind of camera on the back, following him as he flies and takes down like a bunch of soldiers and stuff, helping people, not smashing tanks, but like dismantling them.
You know what? You know what could have been cool, and this would have called back to when they gave Jimmy Olsen, his Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen line. If it was Jimmy in the background having the camera, because we already have it that Lois knows. I don't see why having Jimmy know, especially when in the old school canon,
but
Jimmy is Clark's closest civilian friend.
No, I know that, but I don't. Just because like everyone else is in America in Metropolis, I don't know. This he would have probably gone there at super speed, so I don't know if they.
Right. Okay. I just thought it would have been a nice nod. And, yeah, honestly, speaking of that, I wanted more interactions between Clark and the Daily Planet staff here, like Jimmy and like obviously Lois and Clark have their couple moments, and that's all well and good. But like, I wanted more connection between Clark and his coworkers.
Okay. Yeah, that shot, taking all the tanks down, probably grabbing all the soldiers and stuff, and like piling them and like wrapping them up with like pipes and stuff.
Right.
And then cutting to the president of Bukovia.
Belgravia, I think.
Whatever.
Yeah. Whatever fictional DC country was invading the other fictional DC country.
Okay. Superman descends to meet him.
Mm-hmm.
And bunch of tanks, bunch of soldiers all pointing guns at him. Like, I'm just saying calmly, descends down, obviously,
right,
to the president to speak with him. And then I'm just kind of imagining, like, as an homage to the comics, like, from the 40s.
Mm.
Well, no, actually, okay, skip the peacefully descending thing. After he's dealt with the soldiers, he flies to, I'm just going to say Barkovia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Burst into the president, well, quote unquote president of Barkovia, grabs him and flies him to the UN. Obviously,
like he did with Hitler back in the day.
Yeah. And then you can start with like people questioning whether or not that was right or whatever. Because because I do think having the central plot of asking the question whether or not Superman has the right, like, well, it obviously asks the question of like superheroes in general, to act
Right,
in.
and that's a part of what I meant when I said I just realized how many parallels there are between this movie and Black Adam,
Yeah,
because
honestly,
that
I
was
think it's
also a big.
like okay. You're gonna hate me for saying it this way, but please bear with me, Dalton.
Go ahead.
Given the landscape of the world currently, asking the question with superheroes or people with with
Yeah,
superpowers,
metahumans or however you want to put it.
yeah, acting of their own accord with no oversight, intervening in things or conflicts or whatever.
Which, to be fair, the superhero genre has touched on before and touched on much better than this movie in
Right.
particular. I'm thinking of Civil War and Black Adam.
Uh, I agree with Black Adam. Not sure about Civil War, specifically MCU, obviously. Or
Well, it was the main like impetus behind Tony and Steve's feud, because Steve was making the "we're not perfect, but the safest hands are still our own" point, and Tony was going, we need oversight, we need to toe the line, etc.
Yeah. But it's an interesting point to be made, especially in today's times. As much as I hate to say that, because it does lend a lot of credence. Because most of the time,
It is a worthwhile question to ask. It just wasn't asked or handled well in this movie.
right? And the thing is, weirdly enough, I do want to keep the Justice Gang, and like keeping obviously like your idea of like having the Elite kind of be the antagonistic force, or the because Lex is obviously like the primary antagonist, right?
Yeah, and then honestly, having him fund somebody like the Elite as his answer to the Justice Gang led by Superman, that makes more sense and makes Lex a much better manipulator than he is in this movie. Because that's the other thing. I can buy Lex thinking that Clark is this petty motherfucker because he doesn't, like, Lex does not philosophically understand why Superman does what Superman does. That is perfectly in character for Lex. The issue is that it works and it shouldn't. Whereas if Lex was puppet master behind the Elite, or maybe the
I would
funding
want
source
to
behind the Elite or something.
I would want to change up the roster of the Elite though. A little bit. I would keep Manchester Black obviously because he was the same.
I was gonna say I think he needs to be the main super antagonist to Clark.
Right. But I think maybe the Hat, because he's also kind of an iconic character within that team. But the other two,
I wouldn't do. I don't know if I would do the Hat, because there are better magic users within DC that it could do. And honestly, if they wanted, and presumably they're gonna do Constantine at some point because they're doing Swamp Thing first in the first slate, and John first appeared in a Swamp Thing story. Honestly, if you wanted to introduce John Constantine as the Elite's magic user, I think that could work.
But yeah, keep Manchester Black. Maybe I'm not sure, but like Elite's usually 4 people, so 3 others plus Manchester Black. Justice Gang, I'm gonna be fully honest. I want to keep Mr. Terrific. I'm uncertain about maybe Metamorpho. Well, actually, Metamorpho, I could actually see, given the story he kind of sort of has in the actual movie, maybe have him be a member of the Elite.
Yeah, that could work, and then have him switch sides when Superman makes his case and so on.
Yeah. But
considering he was basically Lex's living MacGuffin for most of the movie anyway.
I do want to keep Mr. Terrific, but I'm also thinking just to kind of start slowly building or make reference to the Superman family or the Super Family.
Yeah.
Maybe Steel as well.
Yeah, Steel could work.
Can't take the place of Guy Gardner, right?
Um, what do you think about, since they have the cloning Superman subplot anyway? What do you think about Lex bringing in Bizarro and having him be on the Elite? And
I
I'd kind of borrow something from Superman Red. I think it was Red Sun. Have him start as a much better copy of Superman, and then have him degrade
also
as Lex
also and
funnels more power to him.
DCAU's Bizarro, like his first appearance, right? Also,
Yeah. Mhm.
yeah, I could definitely see that. I mean, actually, you could take the name Superior Man as well from Red Sun. Red Sun.
Yeah. Which Lex would totally call him, because Lex is a elitist preening motherfucker.
Yeah. Okay, so you got
And yes, I am aware of the irony of me calling somebody that.
Manchester Black, Metamorpho, uh, Superior Man, or Bizarro, whoever you want to say, right?
Mhm.
Third one, as, just because Menagerie was part of the Elite, I feel like we had to do a girl. I hate saying that because it feels contrite.
Right. You mean contrived, I think, but yeah.
I
Um,
probably meant to say trite or contrived, and I just confused both.
yeah, and you mix them, but
Yeah,
no,
they're both
contrived
because they're both pretty.
is a completely different concept. That's why I was like, I'm pretty sure that's not what you meant to say. Um,
I meant contrived, or I assume trite is similar to contrived, correct?
yeah, it can be.
Okay. Yeah, I meant this is say for context. I meant contrived.
Yeah. Um, who works as a woman? What about Ace? The girl with mental powers from
Okay.
Cadmus storyline.
Yeah. I was also going to think of actually just scoping from Superman's Rogues Gallery because it's actually a pretty extensive gallery itself too.
Live wire.
Okay, it's super weird how sometimes our brains just fucking link up like that, man. It's so fucking weird.
And here's what I was that why my brain immediately jumped to Livewire was you could still do the media being cunts part
She's a shock
and
jock. Yeah, that's how
and
her character was created.
have Livewire be it, and have her be funded by Lex, because that makes sense.
I
And
don't know who could
it gives Clark a proximate member of the media to butt heads with and to convince, without needing Lex to literally get monkeys on typewriters to act like Twitter bots. I hate that.
It was either going to be her or Silver Banshee, but now that you point it out, yeah, Livewire makes the most sense.
Especially because in a modern context, you could have her be a podcaster, and that could really work.
Yeah, still
like have her be female, edgy, spiteful Joe Rogan, essentially.
Again, she was a shock jock. That was her whole thing. I don't know who could match the performance of the voice actress. I know who the actress is. I just can't remember her name, and I feel really bad because she's great.
Yeah, I don't remember it off the top of my head either. I've heard her in other things too, and she's always good no matter what she's in.
She's Tank Girl from, if anyone remembers that movie from the 90s.
Right. Yeah. That was her. Fuck.
Yeah, I can't remember. I feel I mean, I could look it up actually. Now that I think
I mean, I think Jenna Ortega could play a like podcast
character in something, man.
Well, because she's good and she could work. The only problem is, if we use her as Livewire, we can't have her as Raven, and that is a travesty against nature. So that can't be the answer, even though that would make sense as the answer. Honestly, having her be Zatanna and have Zatanna be more a Chris Angel style illusionist rather than a classic Vegas style illusionist, I think that could work too.
Lori Petty, and I disagree because I fucking hate Chris Angel.
I do too, but I have a freestanding hate boner for all illusionists. So no matter what we do with Z, it's going to tick me off at least a little bit because I hate the whole real magician hiding as a stage illusionist shit.
I I think again to kind of go with Superman with the whole punk rock thing, which is a thing that's made for this movie, which I actually kind of sort of like, given
I
how cynical.
it
Hold
was
on,
it
can I?
was an interesting side. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm sure I would understand and get your point. I think I know where you're going to go with it, but given how ironic, how irony kind of runs the world, and how very cynical it can be, and how, let's be honest, kind of bitter
Mm-hmm.
is kind of the norm. Like okay, even making reference to superhero
Yeah,
media recently, right?
spite is the norm, unfortunately. Yep.
Yeah. Nihilism, cynicism, just general like shittiness,
I mean,
especially in the
how
superhero.
look at how comparatively overpopular people like Homelander and Omni Man are compared to Superman, and that almost writes itself.
Yeah, and it's become such a norm that I think it's just kind of everyone expects that, and therefore the punk thing to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the thing that breaks the mold, that goes against the set establishment of.
Ironically, in a world ruled by irony and cynicism, the edgiest thing you can be is sincere
Yes, thank you,
and
Dalton.
wholesome.
Yeah, that's where my point was getting. But please, have your point, and then we really actually got to get into the fucking articles because.
Yeah, no, we should definitely. But like I ranted about, and we've spent the last couple minutes discussing and reworking and stuff. My issue with this movie is the foundational premise doesn't work. I I I already gave a description of how you could have made this premise work if it were a subplot and a comedic one at that, instead of the main crux of the fucking movie. And
Although, can we both agree that Superman losing it over the dog makes a lot of sense?
yeah, no, that was sweet. It
I think
didn't.
if it was Sparky the cat, you would be right
Well,
there with her.
no, it works with crypto too. Like I grew up on the old crypto the Superdog cartoon, pretty much just like you did. So
That also
I
had
do
Sparky
have
the cat.
I do have an established I do have an established affection for crypto.
Although
That
I do want. Sorry.
being that as it may, I felt like that was slightly overshadowed by the fact that it's revealed that he's Kara's and not Clark's.
Although I will be fully honest, it does sort of make sense.
Because it if crypto was Clark's, he would be much better behaved. Crypto.
Well,
Let's
that
just say it doesn't surprise me that Kara is a bitter, cynical drunk because that's crypto is the kind of dog I would expect from someone who is a bitter, cynical drunk.
well, no, he. I think this is actually something I'd seen someone point out. He Crypto is a spoiled dog of a
Basic
woman.
white bitch. Yes.
Yes,
Uh huh.
I never had that. Granted, I am Mexican. Well, Hispanic.
As I affectionately termed him a long time ago, he is a mixed race mutt, and no one else gets to call him that except me because I say so. I have friendship privileges. Damn it!
I think you just outed yourself as a super racist, but okay. Um,
Trust me, given the rural ass part of Pennsylvania that people sometimes casually refer to as Pennsyltucky, that I grew up in, I could be much worse.
fair enough. Um, Anything else left to say before we move on to the articles?
Um, I had something and then I lost it. Fuck.
Not bad.
No, it's fine. It happens. I've done it to you more than my fair share of times. Um,
Uh, right. I was. Well, no, I never. and I found out who voiced
Livewire.
Livewire. Yeah, it was Lori Petty.
Yeah.
Also, apparently, she was in Point Break.
She's got around both in voice acting and live action, which
And
good
Free
for her.
Willy. Yeah, Point Break, Free Willy, Tank Girl.
I think the thing is she's usually in minor roles or in major roles in movies that wind up being minor movies. Is the thing. She needs a better agent is what she needs. And just because we've reacted to the one Liam Neeson movie that I forget the why is the name of the thing that's being remade escaping my brain?
What?
The thing that's doing the like quasi reboot sequel thing to the old movie. What is the name of the Liam Neeson movie that also has the voice actors for Amanda Waller in it?
Naked Gun?
Thank you. That the thing did not want to brain for a second there. But given that C.H. Pounder, the voice of Amanda Waller forevermore, thank you very much. Given that she has also crossed into live action several times, I must now ask what is a very stupid question for anyone who grew up on the DC animated universe. Why in all of the fucks did you get somebody else to play Amanda Waller when C.H. Pounder is still at a perfect age to play Amanda Waller? This could,
sorry, I just also recently found out that she was in Warehouse 13 as Mrs. Robinson.
Yeah, so she has a record as a live action actor as well as a voice actor, and she is every millennial's default Amanda Waller. Why did you not just cast her in the? Sadly enough, if James Gunn wasn't already committed to keeping Viola Davis because of Peacemaker, he is the type of person who would fan cast like that and would get C.H. Pounder in there. It's just a shame that because Peacemaker has to still be canon because James was involved with it, we have to still deal with Viola Davis not gaining weight for the role, and that will never cease to piss me off.
Hey, EXO. Yesterday I watched Superman in IMAX. Yeah, I watched it in IMAX too last week. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah. But moving on from the review to the articles that are also Superman related, because theme week that sort of organically happened that way.
Depending on how this first one goes, I do think we are going to have to skip one because we got a bunch of Superman articles that we are.
Yeah, and don't get us wrong. Next week will probably be somewhat more of the same because Superman is the story currently.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to think who else I would do for the. In India, entire theater was jam-packed. Everyone was cheering, hooting for Superman. All right.
Good to see somebody all the way from India over here.
Don't know how you found us, but cool.
Yeah. Well, welcome. Nevertheless, we have a relatively small audience. You are more than welcome.
Yeah.
But on to the next segment in today's stream.
Yeah. New York is from NewYorkPost.com. Written by Johnny Oleszkiny. Published July 12th, 2025. Jesus. Oh. With Superman the Destruction, Christopher Nolan wrought on comic book films is finally over.
Now, I like the Dark Knight like everybody else does, but Dark Knight notwithstanding, I hate Christopher Nolan. So even though I don't really think that the problems with the Snyderverse were entirely Nolan's fault, I will blame him for at least part of it because they were very obviously trying to mimic Batman Begins with Man of Steel, and as though this needed to be stated again, Superman is not Batman, you twats. You can't just swap them in and out like that. They are foils for each other and categorical opposites philosophically speaking. They are still friends, which is the difference between Bruce Wayne and Lex Luthor. Um, where Luthor continues to double down on his different way of thinking, Bruce at least wants Clark to be right some of the time and admires the way Clark looks at the world, even if he doesn't agree with him. That's the main difference between Superman's best friend and his worst enemy. I think in Clark's heart of hearts, he wishes Luthor would go good so that he could have essentially another Batman to bounce off of. Because Lex and Bruce are very similar characters, all things considered. It's telling that Superman's best friend is closer in philosophy to his worst enemy than he is to him. I think that speaks a lot to Clark's desire to see the good in people. Because I think if Lex genuinely made an effort to go good, Clark would be the first one to welcome him onto Team Good Guy. Anyway, moving on.
Yep. Did my movie screen just take a Prozac? Watching the Superman reboot starring David Cornsmith, which hit theaters this weekend, I saw the franchise's year-long depression finally vanish.
DC has been depressed for a lot longer than just 1 year, my dear. DC has been on borrowed time since 2013.
Years long.
Oh, okay, years long. Never mind then.
Sorry, I might have misspoke.
Or your mic might have just cut off the S. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. James Gunn's cheery film. The colors were Wizard of Oz bright instead of ugly grayscale. I don't know about Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see your work on that premise, dear.
But it was certainly better than other superhero.
Oh yeah, no, it's better than Man of Steel, and it's better than anything Zack Snyder did that was Superman related. It just wasn't quite as good as any of the good quasi DC movies. Like wasn't as good as Black Adam, wasn't as good as either of the Shazams, wasn't as good as Wonder Woman, wasn't as good as the first Aquaman. May have arguably been better than the second Aquaman, and I ended up at first, when I ranked it in my DC ranking, I ended up ranking it above Blue Beetle, but then I thought about it, and Blue Beetle was a much better put together movie, so it got demoted a slot below Blue Beetle in my DC ranking.
All right. Performances were upbeat rather than brooding and angry. And the story was, am I dreaming, actually fun? Depends on who you ask. Obviously, Dalton thinks it was not, but
yeah, this is some of the worst examples of James Gunn humor. Granted, James Gunn's worst is still a hell of a lot better than most people's best, but I think it is his worst movie since the first Scooby-Doo. Anyway, moving on.
The shift was stark because DC Comics films and really most movies in the superhero genre for more than a decade have been as enjoyable as algebra.
I don't know if you can say that about all superhero movies, because like the first three phases.
No, he said really most movies. So for more than a decade. So
right, but the first three phases of Marvel were not that bad. Like,
I think he might be referring to DC overall.
Okay, if he's referring to just DC, then yes, DC has been a clusterfuck from the word go because they don't know what to do with their IP.
Although I think it's a little vague. He starts off DC Comics, but then adds really most movies in the superhero genre for more than a decade. So
which is where I would push back and say the first three phases of Marvel and even most of Phase 4 question mark.
I would also say kind of the early ones too aren't that as bad as people think. I don't think.
Yeah, like how both Ron Perlman and Hellboys were ahead of their time. I will still maintain that V for Vendetta is one of the best movies in the entire fucking genre. And
Yeah,
at least the Tim Burton Batman movies were good. We don't want to mention Joel Schumacher, but at least the Tim Burton Batmans were good, as well as The Dark Knight.
Yeah, Exo, we talked about that already about Krypton, like Viltrumite or Viltrum from Invincible. Yeah.
It's possible that it's possible that the person leaving comments might be working his way through the stream, so like kind of like DT does. So he might just need it. He might just be catching up.
No, he's replying to us like so.
Okay, yeah, but in any case, moving forward, so we can at least have a good chance at getting most of these articles out of the way.
All right. They warped into interminable Debbie Downers after the nerds are going to protest at my apartment for this one, Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy. Sorry, Dreams, the gloom and doom comic book reinvention is entirely the fault of the director of Inception. He did it, and it.
I agree. I agree with you largely. This is one of the reasons I hate Christopher Nolan, and I would go so far as to say The Dark Knight is the only good movie in that trilogy. Like the other two are not good at all.
I think he has a part, but I think it's also mainly fault of studio executives
insisting that they mimic Christopher Nolan's style. Yeah, I don't think Christopher Nolan wanted to be the template for all DC movies for a decade. I think Warner Brothers learned the wrong lesson from The Dark Knight's success and kept trying to replicate it. Because Warner Brothers is frankly their own worst enemy and their own worst supervillain most of the time, because they don't know how to give a damn about their IP for its own sake. Moving on.
Yep. Remember Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, and The Dark Knight Rises, the 2008-2012 series in which Gotham looked like a down and out Chicago, and the villains were reconceived as a series of evil terrorists. I mean, to be fair, that was just at the time, like shit was happening. So
I mean, it worked. Like in The Dark Knight and for what it's worth, I didn't mind the Scarecrow subplot of Batman Begins. I don't like Batman Begins very much at all, but I didn't mind what he did with the Scarecrow in that.
I would say it's a lot more theatrical than the other two.
Yeah, he's definitely the most interesting villain of that bunch.
No. I mean, I mean Batman Begins as a movie overall. It's a lot more dramatic and a lot more fantastical. Actually, like Gotham has more of a presence, I think.
It's been a minute since I watched it, so I will take your word for that. Because like the only one of those movies I ever feel the need to revisit is The Dark Knight, and that was good mostly through the performances of Morgan Freeman and Heath Ledger. May he rest in peace. More so than it is Christopher Nolan and his way of doing things. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. Where Heath Ledger murdered a man in cold blood on a grainy video feed, and the rare occasions daylight was shown. It was always cloudy outside. The ones in which Christian Bale put his body through hell. Well, I suppose that's every Christian Bale movie. Yeah,
I will defend at least some of those because Gotham is a miserable place. Sort of by definition. That's why it needs the Batman and why super genius supervillains are a dime a dozen in Gotham, because living in Gotham will make anyone insane on some level.
So I do want to. I'm sorry, little side tangent here. So recently, not recently, but I apparently in DC canon, Gotham is legitimately cursed. That's
Yep.
why it not get better, and I kind of fucking hate that.
Yeah, no, it would be nice if we got to see, especially given how much effort Bruce actually does put into making Gotham a better place.
Oh, and not just as Batman. Just
But yeah,
he's
no, that I remember when we did the reaction to Leon Thomas's video on the Robert Pattinson Batman, and he kept going, well, people don't actually mean the in-universe when they complain about Batman being rich, and it's like, no, most people do. They mean in-universe, and it's just because DC won't let any of Bruce's actual plans to make the city a better place actually work.
like, don't get me wrong, I still think it would be not a shithole, but have its problems because corruption and
In a similar way to how Chicago functions, both in real life and in the Dresden Files. Yet another plug to incentivize Brainstormer to read the bloody Dresden Files. Damn it!
I'm getting to it. Okay, I've been busy.
You gave me your word that you would at least start it by September.
I have 2 months. Okay,
You do.
2 months. And again, I've been busy. You got to remember, man. Unlike you, I am not confined to a chair, and I have a life.
Uh-huh. But it is precisely because you have said life that I am getting cagey, because I know you well enough to know that we could be coming up on the end of September, and your excuse will still be, well, I have a life. To which my response will be, you had 6 months.
Yeah. Sorry about if that was like too far or anything.
No, it's fine. I am busting your balls over it, because I know, again, it's because I know you, and I know how your brain works, because you have creative OCD, where your brain jumps off into 5 different tangents at any given moment. If I don't remind you at least like once or twice a week until September, you will forget entirely, and I don't want to let that happen.
Okay. Okay. That trio made so much money and received so much acclaim. Everybody had no choice but to rip them off. Nolan's movies, which are very good when taken on their own, undeniably had a rotten effect on what came next. Think
I'm
back.
gonna be
Hold on. Just let me. It's one sentence. Think back. Superheroes used to be quirky and inspiring. Okay.
um I'm gonna be more critical than the person who wrote this article was. The most of the positive regard people have for the Dark Knight trilogy is from the Dark Knight. Like, in a similar way to, I think, most people's love of the original Star Wars trilogy is carried mostly by Empire, but much worse, because nothing Christopher Nolan did in The Dark Knight is worthy of wiping Star Wars asshole. But being that as it may, I think most people's positive regard for the Dark Knight trilogy is actually rooted in the Dark Knight itself. Um, I had another example of this. Oh, now I remember. In a similar way to, I think, most people who have a positive opinion of Avengers Endgame confuse it and Infinity War, because look at the movies individually in isolation. All the good shit happened in Infinity War. Endgame was a clusterfuck that failed to meet any of the failed to cash any of the checks that Infinity War wrote. Moving on, though.
Uh, um, we watched Adam West hilariously test the limits of a gray shirt, and Tim Burton dollop Danny DeVito as a penguin. Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man was about the can-do spirit of New Yorkers, and the aughts X-Men flicks were campy. And Cumming played a disappearing frog. Okay, that last sentence there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, for one thing, first two X-Men movies made by Bryan Singer, right,
Mhm.
were dark, gritty.
They were.
As much as weirdly enough, it worked for those, specifically like the X-Men franchise. I think worked kind of more.
X2 I think is the best X-Men movie we've gotten so far.
Yeah, I'm never going to disagree with that. I think
I really wish they had brought back Nightcrawler in I really wish they had brought back Nightcrawler in X-Men 3, especially because his character arc was perfect setup for the Cure thing because of that interaction he had with Mystique. He would be a perfect test character for something like the mutant Cure, and he would actually maybe be willing to. Granted, I don't think Kurt should take the Cure. I agree with X3 that taking the Cure is removing things that are special about you, and you should not do that. But it would have been interesting, and it would have been a worthwhile continuation of Kirk's character arc to be given the means to finally fit in like he wanted to, and then decide not to because he realized that part of what makes him special is his mutation.
Yeah, that also would have been Rogue's arc. Instead,
speaking of, why in all the fuck did they never give Rogue and Kurt a scene? They should.
I think in that continuity, I don't think they were siblings or had any kind of like.
Well, no, but what I mean is their character arcs were very similar, especially as it pertained to I kind of hate my powers. I want a cure. Damn it.
Yeah.
If they had brought Kurt back in X3 and had him actually come to that realization of no, I don't want a cure. I want people to stop hating me, which was basically the impetus for his self-hatred and things in X2. Having Kurt and Rogue be close friends because they are in a similar place with regard to their powers, and have them kind of be the Cure sympathetic duo, especially if you brought Mystique back again and had her sorry, I'm my brain is going at 100 miles an hour, but imagine a scene where after Mystique gets shot with the Cure bullets and Magneto and company abandon her because she's a Homo sapien now. Imagine her taking refuge at the X Mansion and having her walk in, probably, barely clothed or clothed with some borrowed clothes from that somebody gave to her. Imagine her walking in, and imagine Kurt's face when he sees her having taken the Cure, and just the look of abject, I've lost everything that ever mattered to me on her face. Especially if Rogue and Kurt were friends and their friendship dynamic had been established. Imagine them both standing there watching this woman who, like, her mutant power was everything that she loved about herself, and now it's gone. Fuck, that would have been such an awesome scene.
How did it feel having your brain run like that?
No, this is not the first time my brain has run like that. It's not even the first time my brain has run like that when we've been bouncing ideas off each other. And you know that.
I know, it's just like, I don't get to see you do this specifically, so.
Yeah.
Usually I'm the one who thinks of this stuff, so.
But my fucking God, I want to see the universe. I want to have a multiverse. Like, give me the Rick Sanchez portal gun, God damn it, and take me to a universe where that is the description of X3, or at least a description of a large chunk of X3. God damn it. I don't even mind X3. I actually really like X3 in a lot of ways. But now that I thought about what X3 could have been with the mutant cure subplot with Rogue, Kurt, and Raven, I think, is Mystique's slave name, quote unquote. Um, it,
Or even
oh my
Darkhold.
god. Oh yeah. Oh my god. And again, thinking about like Mystique being abandoned by the Brotherhood and going to the mansion for protection and sympathy and stuff.
Sanctuary.
Yeah, thank you. That could have. Oh God, I love that so much. Now, God, why do we live in the world where two random schmucks on the internet have to come up with this shit instead of people who get paid literal millions of dollars to write for Hollywood?
To be
Fuck
fair,
me.
I've been working on a X-Men, like Fox X-Men rewrite for a while. It's actually kind of a lot more difficult than I thought it'd be because I'm kind of restructuring the whole thing while trying to
We
keep elements.
we also finally came up with
I
a.
did don't
We, okay, you don't want me to mention that.
no.
Okay, but rest assured, we finally figured out a way to do something adjacent to that with the Lionheart universe. But anyway, moving back to the article.
Okay. Also, Nightcrawler was not a fucking frog. Like, why the? I'm sorry, it's so fucking stupid.
I think they were mentioning Toad, or they either were mentioning Toad or they're being a moron. I'm choosing to believe they're mentioning Toad.
That's not Alan Cumming. Though. Alan Cumming was Nightcrawler.
Oh fuck me! Oh,
Ray Park was Toad, and I honestly wish he came back because he was fun.
Speaking of characters that should have came back but did not because stupid.
Well, no, that was scheduling conflicts with
right, but
Park, so.
Failing that, they could have at least recasted the character and have him played by somebody else. I know that kind of be dirty to Ray Parker, but there are so many characters that were getting good setup for their character arcs in X2 that vanish off the face of the earth come X3, and I don't know why. Other than stupid.
Well, Ray Park and Sabretooth weren't in X2 or X3.
This is also.
To be fair, I don't really mind Sabretooth because he was kind of nothing. Except I did like Liev Schreiber playing him in X-Men Origins of Wolverine.
Yeah, he wasn't a bad casting for Sabretooth. I just wish they made him look a little bit more comic accurate, kind of like
no, but like personality wise and just like
his performance as Sabretooth was good. It's just I wish they had done for him what they did for the version in X1. Anyway, back to the article.
All right. Then the post-Nolan era unleashed a medieval murk and cathedral-like bombast. The ensuing movies were deafening and weighty. They punched us in the face with arrogant sludge. Okay.
To be fair, that's not always a bad choice. That's why, for all the shit that Zack Snyder gets and rightfully gets from people, I have yet to run across a person, even a person who hates the Snyderverse, who will not to this day defend his version of Watchmen. Because in Watchmen it worked. And if Zack Snyder restricted himself to just characters that he philosophically could jive with, I don't think we would have had this problem. But he didn't, and that's where you get into forcing the character who is most defined by idealism, altruism, and compassion to a fault, and trying to turn him into a Randian character just does not work. By which, of course, I mean Superman and Man of Steel. And it's not Henry Cavill's fault, because we around here are Henry Cavill stands. Not Snyderverse stands, because Snyder got in Cavill's way and prevented him from playing Superman, and Superman should be played. Except for like one scene in Man of Steel where he finally cracks a smile for once and does the whole handcuff breaking thing. That's the one scene where you can kind of start to see the likability of Henry Cavill bleeding through Zack Snyder's direction.
Okay. Moving on?
Yeah, moving on.
Okay. First came Hollywood Masochist, Zack Snyder's Man of Steel, and Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. Dour slogs that had all the charm of a puddle of Manhattan garbage water. Jesus.
Yeah, no, that I detect no dishonesty here. I do not disagree.
Okay, can I?
Go ahead.
Oh, to be fair, I'm working on a DCE rewrite project, right?
Mhm.
Well, revision, whatever.
Yeah.
And more or less, I'm trying to keep within the bones of the movies and only changing what needs to be changed, or taking a logical idea that was proposed or handled.
And actually making it work.
Yeah. Most of Zack Snyder's movies actually have good bones, good ideas in them. It's just the handling or lack of follow through that kind of shot himself in the foot with it.
Which, to be fair, some of that was Warner Brothers meddling because,
Yeah.
without question, every time we got an extended edition, the extended editions were better than the theatrical cuts. And also, it didn't help that Warner Brothers freaked out anytime a movie of theirs didn't make $1 billion and kept trying to course correct. And on some kind of paper, I admire them for wanting to course correct. But if you're going to do it right. Don't just keep everyone you hire on the back foot for the entirety of your runtime.
Moving on.
Yep, moving on.
All right. Henry Cavill's Clark Kent looked happy as Mr. T, and frowns weren't limited to Superman. Ben Affleck's played Batman. Need I say he was good as Batman? What?
That's the one casting that I will not tolerate any bullshit from. And this is again a place where if Zack Snyder limited himself to just the characters that he could philosophically jive with, we wouldn't be in this mess. And I do agree with you with regards to Superman not smiling thing, because any time Henry Cavill was able to smile as Superman, his likability quadrupled in the space of a nanosecond. Because when Henry Cavill was able to play the character as he knew in his fanboy heart the character should be played, it worked masterfully. It just was because between Zack Snyder trying to turn Superman from an idealist into a Randian objectivist and Warner Brothers saying, do it like Nolan did, Nolan made us billions of dollars, that's what got in the way. Warner Brothers needs to micromanage every little thing, and Zack Snyder's need to philosophically understand every character he has access to through the lens of Randian objectivism, even characters that are literally the categorical antithesis thereof. Moving on.
Yeah. Some flicks were downright upsetting after Heath Ledger's Oscar-winning performance in The Dark Knight. The Joker evolved into some sort of pretentious King Lear. The Funeral, first a standalone film for the character. Joker, starring that piece of work Joaquin Phoenix, was modeled after Taxi Driver, for Pete's sakes.
Yeah.
The guy was a disturbing serial killer.
Okay, for God's sake, this is actually a positive thing that you are framing as a negative thing. The fact that Joker became a method acting role ever since Heath Ledger is the quintessentially good thing that DC did while they were doing the Snyderverse. And having Joker take the backstory elements from a Killing Joke, reworked slightly with a mother instead of a girlfriend, and then mixing that with King of Comedy is still to this day the smartest decision Warner Brothers ever made. And in a sane world, they would have taken that motif of pairing characters with the perfect concept of how to do them and ran with it. I will say this again because it needs to be said until somebody actually does the thing. Imagine a John Constantine Hellblazer movie done in the style of Trainspotting, where all the trippy shit is magic actually existing and not just drugs. That is a fucking brilliant thing, especially if you could get Guy Ritchie to do it, because Guy Ritchie plus Hellblazer plus Trainspotting would just be Oscar, well, not Oscar printing gold because the Oscars aren't worth anything anymore, but it would be one of the greatest movies to ever exist, ever, if they managed to do that. Moving on.
All right. Even Aquaman with Jason Momoa was bizarrely serious for a tale about a fighting murder. Okay, so
that was one of the most lighthearted movies in the entire canon. What in the honest fuck are you saying?
Hold on, I also want to point this out. The way he's phrasing this and shit. I also want to point this out. There was the seriousness is, I think, is mistaken, or the bizarrely seriousness here. It's mistaken from the genuine heart it has.
Which, okay, and aside from anything else, this writer seems to just hate superhero movies in general and doesn't think they should be taken seriously in any context. Because if fucking Aquaman 1 was too grimdark for you, I'm sorry, but you need to recalibrate your settings. Because that was probably the single most lighthearted movie in the entirety of the DC EU for most of its run. The only thing that comes close to Aquaman in terms of lightheartedness is Shazam. Either of the Shazam movies. And it really feels like you're the kind of person who thinks that the superhero genre peaked with Adam West, which you kind of straight up implied earlier. And I'm sorry, we all owe Adam West a debt. We wouldn't be where we are now without him. But not only was he adapting one of the most overly saccharinely sweet eras of comics, i.e. the Silver Age, he was also adapting a straw man of that Silver Age, not the genuine Silver Age. So if you need something to go full Adam West for you to like it as a superhero movie, you have a problem taking superhero media seriously and can fuck off. Moving on.
Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman was about a World War I German mustard gas.
Again, it seems like you just have a problem with the genre ever being taken seriously ever, and you can fuck off. Like, I agree with you that Christopher Nolan was terrible and had a terrible influence on Warner Brothers in particular. But if your solution to that is going full off in the other direction and almost going full Joel Schumacher, Batman and Robin, then you can fuck off. Superhero movies, just like every other genre or category of movies, can be taken seriously, can be grandiose, can be wonderful, can be stylized and taken seriously while also being stylized. And if you need something to go full Joel Schumacher or full Adam West for you to like it as a superhero movie, it's because you don't like the genre and you want it to be not taken seriously ever. Fuck off. Moving on.
Alright, what about Marvel? True, the MCU isn't as sooty and downcast as DC tends to be, but ever since Nolan's Human Batman, there has been an obsession at Marvel with grounding the stories of Spidey, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and the rest in the familiar real world. Hold on, I want to read the full thing because I do have things to say that as well.
Go ahead. Yes.
It's just a few more sentences. There's not much style to them. They never dazzle. They're run-of-the-mill action movies with cute costumes, cast-checking A-listers running around Atlanta. Okay, so I have a quick thing before you.
Yes.
Okay. To be fair, it was kind of, sort of. I mean, Iron Man obviously was kind of a little after. It was coming out at the same time as Dark Knight.
Yeah.
But it was after Batman Begins, which is where Christopher Nolan kind of started.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of on that. To be fair, at that time in the 2000s, superhero movies weren't taken. You had to kind of ground things, sure, but Marvel always had this kind of thing where it was sort of set in the real world. That was kind of the draw of that whole.
the old phrase used by the Marvel bullpen back in the day was the world outside your window. Um, and again, this really feels, and don't get me wrong, I am also a fan of movies in general, and superhero movies or genre movies in particular should be heavily stylized. But you can be stylized without being like fluffy cotton candy irrelevant bullshit. Like V for Vendetta was extremely stylized, was still probably the quintessential example of how you do politics right in a superhero movie. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, thank you Sam Raimi, was so much better stylized than the first one, but it was still stylized in a venue that made you take it seriously because just like every other genre under the sun, superhero content and genre content more broadly can and should be taken seriously no matter how bright or stylized it is. And again, if you think that Iron Man is too grimdark for you, I'm just gonna call it. You only like superhero movies when they're overly laced in irony and you need them to almost go full Joel Schumacher or full Adam West. And you can fuck off. That said, I agree with the second half of that statement. I agree that they missed out on being stylized way more often than they should have. That's why I will still to this day defend Multiverse of Madness as being better than the first Doctor Strange. But I disagree entirely with that first half of the paragraph. Because that is the attitude of someone who doesn't like when superhero movies are anything but hyper colorful, overly ironic, Silver Age camp nonsense. Like, this is the kind. I might be wrong here, but this is the kind of person who it seems like would defend Batman and Robin, but have an issue with the Tim Burton movies. And no, I'm sorry. If your understanding of the superhero genre lets you ever think that Batman and Robin is better than the first or second Tim Burton Batman movie, then you are a twat. Moving on.
Okay. Is Gun Superman the start of an optimistic new era of letting comic books be comic books? Its domestic box office is on track to a strong $120 million start. So people are buying what he's selling, and Gunn is now in charge of DC alongside Peter Safran. His vision is king. Let's hope the chain sticks.
You seem to believe that letting comic books be comic books also means never taking them seriously, to which I would respond as someone who has read comic books for basically his entire life, you can fuck off. Something can be stylized and sincere and taken seriously and unironic. That paradigm seems completely absent from your metric. You think that the only way things can be stylized is if you also basically laugh at them rather than with them. And no.
Hey Don, just for time's sake and also because we got the 20-hour thing and we're gonna need time for
how are we doing with regards to this month's time thing?
I'm gonna be fully honest, I haven't kept I have forgotten to keep track.
Okay. But yeah, moving on. Which one do you want to skip over?
Oh, because it's almost we got about 30 minutes before 40 minutes till okay, so we got I don't know, you want to do the movie review war now?
Forget what the other one was.
Biggest weakness isn't kryptonite.
Yeah, the movie review war one we can do now, and we'll save that one for next week.
Okay. Let me share screen. Okay. So this is originally from Variety.com and by Owen Gleiberman. Published July 13th, 2025. Has Superman inspired a movie review war? When is it fair to say that too much fun is no fun at all?
I don't think the problem with Superman 2025 was that it was too fun. I think the problem was instead of picking a single direction and going with it, James Gunn tried to cram in all of his ideas, even the ones that categorically contradicted his other ideas. And he also didn't let the movie slow down enough to actually let any of those ideas, bear fruit in the audience's mind. It was basically rapid fire and barely structured. And that's if you're ignoring the major philosophical issues, which I, of course, didn't. But moving on.
All right. Critics, more than ever these days, tend to lean into the same opinion of a movie. That's fair.
Is one of the reasons critics are frequently not to be trusted, much
Yeah.
like the rest of the media.
More and more, the collective wisdom rules Superman. Oh, sorry. No, that's I misread that. Let me start over. Critics, more than ever these days, tend to lean into the same opinion of a movie. More and more, the collective wisdom rules. There was a period there. I thought it was a comma.
Okay.
Superman, however, may be a singular exception. It's not just that a lot of the reviews, like mine, have been unabashedly enthusiastic, while a not so small contingent of critics like this one have slammed the movie as an overcooked debacle. I wouldn't go as far as say it's overcooked. I just think, like Dalton said, is like it's got a lot of ideas
And it
that
doesn't really let any of them
breathe.
stand on themselves. Yeah.
Bloated, I honestly say would make more sense than overcooked.
I would go so far as to say a clusterfuck.
I'm trying to be professional, Dalton. So
Well, today is not that day, and tomorrow probably won't be either.
yeah, when are you ever professional?
Personally, I think most definitions of professionalism aren't merit based, they're norm based, and fuck that noise.
I at least want to seem credible, and if I'm just cursing like a sailor, I think that leads less credibility to
That's
that.
why you have me on the show. You don't have to swear because I will inevitably do it for you. Lol.
It's that when I look at the divided reviews of Superman, it's as if I'm taking in the response to two entirely different movies.
Well, okay, I disagree with the foundational premise here. The idea that superhero movies are consensus, like reviews of superhero movies are consensus based, because the audience and the critics have fallen out with each other dozens of times. Like, remember Joker? Remember that movie that was probably the best movie released in 2019 that barely got a 60% on Rotten Tomatoes because they thought it was an incel movie, etc., and they didn't want to feed the toxic fans derp. There's been a whole hell of a lot of those situations. I think what the person writing this means is this is the first time the critics can't agree on a thing. Whereas it honestly seems like from his perspective, the opinion of the audience just don't matter. And he only pays attention to the quote unquote valid people, i.e. the critics, and fuck that noise. If if you if you if you remember that the audience actually in some sense matters more than the critical consensus, darling, you would know that there's been a divide between the critics and the audience for a long time now, especially on blockbusters and superhero movies. Moving on.
All right. Um, one of them, my Superman, is a ripping good yarn, brash, jaunty, clever, sweet, rooted just enough in the real world adventure that conjures some of the deadpan serial nuttiness of the Superman comics of the 60s and 70s.
Again, why do people default to the Silver Age so hard? I don't understand it.
It's fun and weird. I can
What?
understand it. I think I think the way I would prefer it, um, the fun and weird, honestly, like comics like Astro City, Tom Strong, Alan Moore's run on Supreme, I think are good like examples of preferable Silver Age kind of stories. I think.
Mm-hmm. Whereas I think my sensibilities do their best to combine the more grandiose sincerity of the Golden Age with the more like three-dimensional and well-rounded homages to the Golden Age that we got in the British Invasion period. Stuff like James Robinson's JSA and James Robinson's Starman, stuff like Neil Gaiman's Sandman, stuff like
I wait.
the original run of Hellblazer, etc. Stuff that combines the like old school grandeur of the Golden Age with a more like three-dimensional and well-rounded um modern quote unquote take on things without being modernism in the we have to make everything sleek and devoid of style shit, because fuck that noise and fuck postmodernism as well. it, Neither modernism nor postmodernism have done anything but ruin things they touch.
Um,
I say bring back the Art Deco, bring back the Gilded Age, bring back the Gothic and the over like bring back style as a form of substance, which I think is the best way I can sum up the thing that the 80s and 90s comics have in common with the Golden Age. They understood the idea that style isn't the opposite of substance. Style, if you're using it right, is a form of substance. Moving on.
yeah, I always to be fair, I there is a I don't know if does postmodernism count as a ideology or is that like a
Yeah, no, it is. Well, okay, it's an overarching umbrella term for a bunch of different ideologies. And honestly, postmodernism is itself under the umbrella of neo-Hegelianism.
okay? But I subscribe to something that kind of emerged from postmodernism, which postmodernism or sometimes called metamodernism, which is a theoretical and cultural movement that emerged, as a reaction to it, uh, with its key characteristics of uh, emphasis on sincerity and authenticity.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, what is this? As I looked it up, because I knew what it was called, I never looked into like what it's actually about.
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Rejection of complete relativism.
Yep, fair.
Yeah.
That's definitely fair.
Return to meta narratives with a twist.
Mm. Meta narratives are kind of in the same category as themes for me, where it's like they're tertiary at best. I don't think they shouldn't be the focus.
Some postmodernism modern thinkers suggest a return to meta narratives, overarching stories or frameworks, but with a critical eye, acknowledging the potential pitfalls of grand narratives while still finding value in them.
Again, I think meta narratives are in the same category as themes, where they're at best a tertiary thing, and it's wrong to treat them as though they're the central axis of anything.
Fair enough. Dude, yeah, I'm gonna say I probably like subscribe to kind of a loose.
Yeah, no, I can I can definitely see where they're going, and I can definitely see where I can agree with some of that. My issue is just I have noticed, particularly in the like academic, cultural, like art school sphere, the hyper focus on themes and hyper focus on meta narratives to the expense of caring about things like in universe logic, in universe world building, or in universe characterization is probably the bane of all art in today's day and age.
Okay, what about this? Secretism? No, syncretism and integration. Involves integrating ideas and perspectives from various sources.
Yeah, that's I tend to just do that in general. It's
Yeah.
also a very common thing. It's also a very common thing in occultism. Like there are whole schools of occultism that are defined by their syncretism. Like perennialism is one, omnism is another. Um, uh, Jason Miller, who is a famous occultist, he's one of my favorite magical writers. Jason Miller on a Glitch Bottle interview, which is a podcast that focuses on magical practitioners and magical academics. Um, he once phrased it interestingly in that we don't need a meta model, we need a mega model, which I'm not sure I entirely agree with them on, but I like that phrasing, if
Right.
anything else.
All right. Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Yeah. The other Superman, the one that's gotten kicked in the blue spandex shins, is too. Sorry. Is too fast, too frenetic, too snarky, too overstuffed, too empty of soul and emotion and conviction, and that goddamn dog. Could both these movies exist?
Yeah, that's I guess I'm in the second camp almost entirely. Because that doesn't quite sum up all my issues with the Thing. One of my primary issues with the Thing is I don't think it understands Superman's character, and I think it kind of does a disservice to him. But most of the criticisms listed in that second category there, I agree with.
Again, I think you and I are going to disagree on that point.
Yeah. Which is fair, but I was just making it clear where I stand, and I guess I mostly stand with category 2.
I think I'm in the middle of these two kind of, I guess, extremes.
Mm.
Because again, like I said, I think the movie is serviceable.
It's better than anything that Snyder was directly involved in. Like,
yeah.
Just to be clear as to where I put it on my DC EU and adjacent ranking list, it's better than anything that Snyder was directly involved in. It's better, I think, than Aquaman 2. Although I'm gonna have to rewatch Aquaman 2 again because I'm kind of in the same place I was when I put Blue Beetle below it originally, where I'm like thinking about Blue Beetle a second time, I might put it above that. But yeah, it's below Blue Beetle right now. It's below Black Adam. It's below both Shazams. It's below the first Wonder Woman. It's below Matt Reeves and Robert Pattinson's The Batman. It's below Suicide Squad 2, and it frankly doesn't even deserve to be mentioned in the same category as Joker, because Joker, the first one was amazing. The second one is at the very bottom of my list, below Birds of Prey and Man of Steel. So that should tell you something.
Right. Moving on?
Yeah.
All right. In a funny way, yes. In the last 6 or 7 years as a reviewer of comic book cinema, there have been times when I felt like I needed to join a support group, one in which any opening statement would be, "Hi, my name is Omen, and I liked Captain Marvel." I did. I thought it was quite enjoyable and couldn't fathom the media hatred of it.
My dude, first of all, you're wrong about Captain Marvel. But secondly, I'm sorry, Mr. Critic, that you feel the need to sometimes have support while doing your job. but observe as I play the world's smallest violin, because you pompous art school asshats get carte blanche to dictate what the intelligentsia and the culture critics think about superhero movies, and you poo-poo the shit out of anyone who disagrees with you. You are the motherfuckers who resulted in, again, probably 2019's best movie, full stop, getting a 66% on Rotten Tomatoes or some shit. If you can't see that 2019's Joker was an Oscar-worthy masterpiece, I don't know how to help you. There is no help for the, like. There's an old phrase that applies here. There are none so blind as those who will not see, and that's where I'm at with you, Mr. Critic, because you guys burned your bridge of sympathy from me a long time ago. Every time you prioritize my political, my meta narrative, my themes over anything relating to in-universe logic, that's where my brain just is like, nope, you have lost your listening privileges. I refuse to listen to you after that point.
All right. So like it grossed $426 million domestic, so someone agreed with me.
No, a lot of people just went because you could have slapped a ham. You could have slapped a Marvel sticker on a ham sandwich, and it would have made at least $1 billion in between Infinity War and Endgame.
It only gets better.
Oh God.
Yeah. I also liked Eternals. If you call me soft on those films, I won't get defensive, though I'll go to the math, as I did at the time, to say that many of the folks who were so hard on Eternals seem to be punishing Chloe Zhao for the crime of having sold out to direct it.
No, we're punishing Chloe Zhao for literally doing the exact opposite of not only what made sense for the source material, not only what Jack Kirby intended the source material to be, but also the formula that had already worked, not only in the Guardians movies, but also in Ragnarok. That's why Eternals is so bafflingly fucktarded. It's because they did the exact opposite of what had already won them, billions of dollars in the two at the time Guardians movies and in Ragnarok. And yes, I'm adding their grosses and shit together. Obviously, none of the Guardians movies or Ragnarok made $1 billion, but together they made a sizable chunk of the MCU's Phase 3 cash. And yet, for some reason, even though it had already worked twice with Guardians and once with Thor, they were like, let's take this incredibly over the top, even more so over the top thing than Guardians, that is probably the single most Jack Kirby thing Jack Kirby ever Jack Kirby'd, and let's turn it into an insufferably bland, grim, dark Oscar bait movie because we want to rip off Denis Villeneuve, who himself wanted to rip off Christopher Nolan. So we basically got Chloe Zhao, told her to make an art movie, and then were surprised when all she did was rip off Denis Villeneuve and Christopher Nolan, and do the exact fucking categorical opposite of what you should do with Eternals. Because, frankly, and I will maintain this until my dying breath, or until they give Robert Rodriguez a chance, what you should have done there is just given him a budget, given Robert Rodriguez a budget, told him to make it as Jack Kirby as possible, and left him to his own devices. But you didn't. You turned one of the most Jack Kirby things into anti-Kirbyum because you wanted it to be taken seriously as an art film for some inexplicable reason.
Right.
And here we are.
Moving on?
Yep, moving on.
What I'll make note of, especially in the case of Superman, is that when it comes to rendering judgments of comic book movies, what's in play is no longer just the usual thumbs up, thumbs down opinion. It's actually a philosophical question about the nature of fun, what it is and what it isn't. how
Yes.
how it's changing whether concepts of fun and corporate product can or should go together. They never should go together, ever.
Yeah. The more corporate product you make something, the less soul it will have. I can say this with like 99.9% certainty. There is the occasional one-off time where studio oversight actually helps rather than hinder. Actually, no. I will back myself down to about 80% because I'm especially recently I've been discovering how many great things were made basically by accident and not due to their creative instigators' oversight. Looking at you, Neil Gaiman, and looking at you, Alan Moore. Apparently, the things that made Neil Gaiman's Sandman good had more to do with Karen Berger than it did with Neil Gaiman. And this is an uncomfortable realization that I came to, but I have come to it. So yeah, 80% of the time at least, corporate oversight and studio oversight will do nothing but fuck over a movie. That remaining 20% of the time, auteurs need to be reined in and the corporations are actually onto something. But if the Snyderverse wasn't a perfect example of a studio being their own worst enemy, I don't know what is. Granted, they made the exact opposite mistake with James Gunn in this Superman movie, and that's why I think a lot of his trauma quality jokes didn't get left on the cutting room floor like they probably should have. Moving on.
All right, I think they can just look at the Super Mario Bros. Movie or Jurassic World Rebirth, which conjures some of the wonder of an old Ray Harryhausen flick. But when it comes to how corporate priorities dictate cinematic storytelling, taste and values are always in flux. In the
I'm
age
gonna
of in the age of made for Netflix junk films, a lot of the corporate action cinema of the 90s, a movie like The Last Boy Scout, say, looks better today than it did then. Okay, to be fair, a
I'm
lot of made for Netflix movies actually seem pretty good.
Yeah, there's that. But okay, I'm gonna really, really need you to clarify which Mario movie you're talking about. Because you said Mario Brothers the movie there,
Super
and
Mario Brothers movie.
yeah, and that's the title of the live action one, not the good one that was computer animated. So I'm gonna need you to clarify which Mario movie you're talking about. If you're talking about the computer animated one, I agree with you. If you are honestly telling me after telling me that you like Captain Marvel and the Eternals that you prefer the live action Mario Brothers movie to the animated one, then I'm sorry, I revoke your opinion having privileges. You should not be being a critic. You are terrible at it. And any movie that is critiqued by you will be made worse by association with you. I revoke your privileges. But again, he didn't clarify which Mario movie he meant, so it is possible he means the good one. It is possible he means the serviceable animated one. If he means the live action one, then he is a dunce, but it's possible he means the animated one, so fair enough.
All right,
Moving on.
all right. And I think it's fascinating to consider how Superman the movie in 1978, which launched the comic book film genre, is a blockbuster classic that, nevertheless, in my opinion, is remembered and talked about through rose-colored glasses. I mean,
I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. That movie does not hold up as much as people think it does.
I still think the performance Christopher Reeves gives in the first
The
one.
the performance is good, but the movie around him was less so. Um, it's kind of like how I feel about the um Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. They are decent movies. They could be infinitely better, and the nostalgia blindness for them is palpable. Moving along.
Okay. There's no question that Christopher Reeve is great in it, and that he and Margot Kidder as Lois Lane have a delectable screwball chemistry. But there are ways that the bar was lower back then. The famous Superman tagline, "You'll believe a man can fly," wasn't lying. A major part of the film's appeal was its state-of-the-art, for the time, effects showing Reeves' Superman zipping through the air. That was cool back then, but today, in the age of everyday digital magic, supernatural wonder made real is simply the language that movies speak in it. Of course, I'll believe a man can fly. I've been watching this shit since I was 3, sort of way.
This I cannot disagree with him here. He is correct. I have frequently made this argument with or in the presence of Eglantine and in the presence of Eric Breen, and they look at me like I've grown a second head. But that movie does not hold up nearly. Like, the performance is fine. The performance, launched a genre for a fucking reason. And again, like he said, the Margot Kidder chemistry, fine. But the movie around them is not good, and I'm sick of pretending like it is just because it came out in the 70s. Moving on.
Sorry, I got distracted real quick.
I thought you were gonna pull what Eglantine and Breen usually pull on me when I said that the movie around Christopher Reeve and Margot Kidder wasn't good. For a second there.
I can agree that it's of its time, just like with Adam West. So
right, but just like we just got done explaining to this fucker, if you need, or the previous fucker, not this fucker, just like we got done explaining to the previous fucker, if you need superhero movies to go full Adam West or full Joel Schumacher to enjoy them, it's because you don't like the genre being taken seriously, and you can fuck off. And I'm in the same boat with people who stand Superman 78. You can admire it for its technical achievements at the time. You can admire it for the central performance of Christopher Reeve and Margot Kidder. But if you are honestly telling me it's even in the same category as most movies being made today, I'm gonna press X to doubt you.
I'm not disagreeing. I love about half of 1978 Superman, but the film always wears out its welcome for me because I've never been able to stand the villains. Gene Hackman, Ned Beatty, and Valerie Perrine acting as if they were in a sketch on the Carol Burnett show, and that's no small matter. But somehow that lame stuff gets grandfathered into our nostalgic love of the film. Hold on. To be fair, please finish your thing then.
What I was about to say was I cannot disagree with him here either, because I grew up on Michael Rosenbaum and Clancy Brown, and that was a Luthor that was a mastermind in the earnest sense and actually took himself seriously and wasn't chewing the scenery every 5 minutes. And I will also extend that criticism to Holt's Luthor. I want a Luthor who feels like a puppet master, who feels like he is in control, who feels like he is second only to someone like Superman and has a chip on his shoulder for that specific reason, but can puppeteer basically anyone else he needs to because he is and this was a huge part of the reason why trying to make Superman a Randian character Zack Snyder didn't work, because his main villain, his main bad guy, actually is what Ayn Rand would define as the perfect human being. And that aspect of Luthor, the fact that he is actually, in most contexts, as quote unquote, I don't mean good in the moral sense, I mean good in the good at things sense. He is actually as much of an alpha as he claims to be in most contexts. And the reason why he wants to bring Superman plummeting down to Earth, or at least convince him to think like him instead of thinking like an idealist, is because Superman is the one person who can one-up Lex, and he doesn't like it. And Spacey, Holt, and Hackman don't give me that this is a motherfucker who will have beaten you at chess before you even realize there's a game being played. Whereas Clancy Brown and Michael Rosenbaum both manage that masterfully. Moving on. That being said, as much as I just said, I like that Clancy and Michael only come second to Clark. I do like in the World's Finest crossover in the DC animated universe that when Joker first mentions being able to kill Superman, Lex says something to the effect of, how can I expect you to kill Superman when you can't handle a mere mortal in a Halloween costume? To which Joker responds, there's nothing mere about that mortal. And then later, sorry, let me finish the thing. And then later in the special, Batman tracks something to Luthor and manages to break into Luthor's house under Marcy Graves' nose. And you can see the look on Luthor's face of like, oh shit, Joker wasn't kidding. There really is nothing mere about this mortal. Moving on.
Okay. To me, the new Superman has a more authentic comic book flavor, though, as I've said many times, Christopher Reeve gives the greatest superhero performance in screen history. I felt connected throughout to the urgent anguish, slightly boyish valor of David Cornsworth's performance and to how his Superman confronts battles at once external and internal. Kal-El was told by his late parents to lord it over the human race, which in a way it would make total sense for Superman to do. No, what the fuck?
That's exactly what Lex tries to convince him to do, and that's why Lex is always wrong. This is why I got so angry about the thing. Like, I am fucking sick of directors and writers who agree more with Lex Luthor's worldview than they agree with Clark Kent's. It is fucking insufferable. Stop making Lex look like he has a point. He should not have a point. And by the way, speaking of the Christopher Reeve version not holding up as well as most people think it does, I will put it to you that Chris Evans, Steve Rogers does what Christopher Reeve was trying to do and does it better. That's what I mean about the nostalgia blinders need to come off, because even on the vector of wholesomeness that is, both Superman and Captain America's thing, Chris Evans' Captain America does a better and more modern version of it than Reeves manages to. And that also bears mentioning. That's why I don't understand people simp over Winter Soldier, but people just forget that the first Avenger was even a thing most of the time. I do not understand that. That is the best movie in that trilogy. Moving on.
Yeah, give me one sec. Okay. Yet I think there's different war being played out in the reviews. Critics have always disliked certain genres, but in recent years, collective media established has come to regard comic book movies with a special disdain, as a unique incarnation of the death of cinema. I'm not immune to that feeling. I think any movie should be a self-contained experience, even a sequel, and the fact that comic book movies have become interconnected like Tinker Toy, so that the most powerful feeling they sometimes leave you with is that you haven't done enough homework, represents a singular joylessness.
Oh, fuck you. Like, I know you're giving lip service to criticizing this attitude, but you're also falling victim to it, and therefore fuck you. The things that make a movie good or bad have nothing to do with how much homework they take, as long as that homework is good. The main problem with MCU, post Phase 3 is not that it requires homework, but that 80% of that homework is unspeakably shit. If WandaVision, She-Hulk, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and all the rest of them were good shows worthy of that time investment, it wouldn't feel like a negative that it had homework. It would be, ooh, I get to open another present. But people fucking idiotically act like homework is the problem instead of the fact that homework is shit and insufferable being the problem. Sorry, I just saw you message something in the private chat.
No, it's fine. Like, you don't have to take it now. I'm just like, it was just something I wanted to ask your opinion on, and then later.
Mm-hmm.
Please get your point.
But yeah, the fact that the MCU is interconnected didn't used to be a problem because all the things that were homework for Avengers or Age of Ultron or Civil War were good, and people enjoyed doing that homework because it was less, dear God, I have another math assignment to do, and more, ooh, somebody left me yet another present under the Christmas tree. And if the quality of Phase 4 had been consistent with the quality of Phases 1 through 3, and especially Phase 3, that homework would not have been a problem. But unfortunately, all but one episode of WandaVision was basically just waiting for stuff to happen, and then after the one good episode, undoing everything that one good episode did. Falcon and the Winter Soldier made Antifa, if not the good guys, at least the moral superiors of most people. And She-Hulk was an insufferably shit thing from floor to ceiling that didn't understand the character and didn't wish to because it was too busy spiting everyone who did wish the character was treated properly. And you can go through every post Phase 3 project, or almost every Phase 3 project. Like I said, there is that remaining 20% that is actually good. Like Agatha All Along, great. Episode 6 notwithstanding. Daredevil Born Again, excellent. Even if Daredevil really isn't my thing, I can still acknowledge that it was good, etc. Even Thunderbolts was better by contrast to all the other shit because it was competently made and not shit. Granted, that shouldn't be the threshold, but that just goes to show you when 80% of the shit you make is shit, that's the problem, not that it's homework. Moving on.
All right. Yeah. Okay. If the outcome of a fantasy film is just one small link in a vast storytelling chain, then that outcome doesn't amount to a hill of orbs. And that kind of is the death of... No, it isn't, you fucking jackass.
This is like, I know I gave him a lot of shit for liking Captain Marvel and the Eternals, and I was justified in doing so because he is objectively wrong about those. But as much as I gave this guy shit for liking Captain Marvel and the Eternals, at least it shows he was trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, more benefit of the doubt than he realistically should have, but fair enough. It's better to sometimes give more benefit of the doubt than you should than to give no benefit of the doubt. But the genre is the problem attitude can fuck right off. Especially when like 2/3 of the critics hate that they're subjected to superhero movies at all, frankly. Moving on.
Alright. The comic book movies, including Superman, are also made in an expensive and elaborate style that places action and movement front and center. And I think part of what the critics who don't like Superman are rejecting about it amounts to an ideological attack on the hallmarks of that style. The film is being panned in more or less the same way that Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, and Captain America: Brave New World were panned, as exemplars of the new zappy, oppressive, fascist pop comic book aesthetic.
Okay.
Hold on.
I would. I would.
There's more to that quote.
Oh God.
Since I've written that kind of review myself, I don't begrudge the critics who've taken that tack. I get where they're coming from. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I was accidentally dead right about this guy. Notice what he just did there. He only spoke to what the critics think about anything and didn't even so much as mention the audience. That is the elitist fucker we are dealing with. He only noticed the review war between critics and other critics. He doesn't even think that the audience and their reactions are material to anything. That's why he didn't cite also the audience panned those movies, which they did. And he didn't mention any of the problems the audience might have had with it because he doesn't care about the audience. He only sees the fights that critics have with other critics. That's why, for example, he didn't have any problem with Joker getting panned unnecessarily, or he didn't have any problem with I'm trying to think of another example of movies the audience and the critics were split on. But he doesn't have any problem when the audience are disagreeing with the critic, because in his mind, the audience is automatically wrong as and when they disagree with the critics. He only considers what the valid people think, what the aristocrats think, what the academic clergy think, and that's why he doesn't notice that the gap between critics and audience has been widening for like the last 6 years, because he doesn't care what the audience think. When the audience disagree with the critics, they're obviously just wrong, don't you know? But when the critics disagree with other critics, well, now that's where my elitist tendencies get calcipreased. Cunt. Moving on.
Okay. But I can't help but point out that all a movie like Superman really needs to justify its existence is, to be fun, which raises a metaphysical question. Is Superman fun? Yes. As in
But
the
only
character,
up
obviously.
but only up until a point, because the movie is kind of crap. That's the thing. Like, the movie can be fun and also good. I don't know. Like, this is a problem I have with the it's just a popcorn movie attitude from a lot of people as well. I don't know why we've allowed it to become this false dichotomy where a movie can't be fun and also held to a quality standard, or that a movie can be better fun because it is also a good movie on top of being fun, or we're just expected to tolerate a movie being fun even if it's otherwise shit. I don't like that attitude at all. Being fun should be the bare minimum. And then on top of that bare minimum, there should also be, is this movie any good? Is this movie well written? Does it follow its own rules, etc., and so on? I don't understand the attitude of, well, a movie can either be fun or it can be good. No, realistically, we should expect movies to be both in general. Moving on.
All right. Or is it trying so hard to be fun that it's no fun at all? Or just maybe is it a movie that some people want to get their fun from but hate watching it? Honestly, I could see some people doing that.
Yeah, no, there is definitely a cadre of salty Snyder Bros out there. Now, mind you, I had Grand Canyon sized issues with this movie. We just did the review. I ended up disliking it a hell of a lot more than Rainstormer did. But it's not bad because it's not the Snyderverse. The Snyderverse was also bad. It was just bad in a different and in some ways opposite way. Although in some ways it had a lot in common with the way the Snyderverse approached Superman, and that's part of the reason why I had such issues with it. Because it seems like they haven't learned their lesson, or at least not the right lesson from it. Moving on.
One sec.
Do you want to skip to the positive thing? Because I know it's
That's
getting
what I'm
late
doing.
for you. Yep.
Sorry, it was being weird with the loading. So,
Yep.
all right. So this,
Brainstormer's modem continues to be a toaster. We are aware of this.
okay. Sorry, give me a sec. I'm a bitch. Okay. All right. So this, I have kept this hidden from Dalton. Again, I just wanted some positive, and also, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of going to disappoint us because I think this is what we would kind of wish live action would be. It's a fan made thing. This is
Aren't they always at this point?
yeah. This is a trailer for a. As a fan made like trailer for a World's Finest thing by Sandy Colora, who was the director behind the Batman fan film Dead End, where he fought aliens and the Predator.
I didn't realize that was a thing.
You never seen
that sounds awesome, honestly.
Batman Dead End? You never seen that?
Not to the best of my recollection, no.
And
I don't really watch fan films very much.
You are missing out.
I probably am. Considering that the fan films that I have seen, I've enjoyed, especially the first two in the Doctor Fate trilogy that somebody did years ago. I didn't like the third part of that so much. I think because they tried to update their version of Doctor Fate so it was more in line with the Young Justice version, and the Young Justice version, of course, does the possession retcon shit, and I hate that. But the first two, especially the second one, actually, the question of fate. I didn't realize before I watched that I wanted to see the question and Doctor Fate crossover, but now that I've seen it, it is a thing I want. It has been since like 2009 when I first saw that Doctor Fate fan film. Oh.
But yeah, this was actually a little bit before YouTube, I believe. Other stuff.
That would explain why I haven't seen it.
But yeah, it's just a short film. It's set as a trailer. It's a World's Finest kind of pitch.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it a few times, and I just thought I'd share with everyone. Just again, just for fun, and also kind of disappointing that we never get something like this.
Yeah, hopefully someday. Maybe the advent of AI will show Hollywood how easy it is for people who actually give a damn to replace them. Maybe.
Or just fans putting in the effort to make something good.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is AI is a perfect equalizer tool that lets people with fewer resources match Hollywood production value for production value easier. And that makes the glaring difference made by effort all the more striking.
So,
Apple pie.
right.
which is going to make me hungry again. Damn it. Oh, sorry. This pause it for a second. Something I didn't mention when I was talking about the positives. I do like the homages to the John Williams theme, because the John Williams theme was also the default theme for Superman the Animated Series, and in case it hasn't been made excruciatingly obvious, I was kind of raised to some degree off of the DC animated universe, and dear Warner Brothers, why don't you just call Paul Dini and Bruce Timm for advice on how to do shit? It's right there. They solved the formula of how to do this years ago. All you need to do is translate it to live action effectively. Moving on.
All right. Yeah, fun fact. Long time ago, the guy who's playing Superman in this was actually kind of my pick for me. Like a year ago when we were thinking about doing DCU.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of old now, mind you. He's like a professional bodybuilder and stuff, and an actor. He actually was on a YouTube thing.
So you're telling me he's cute, is what you're telling me.
I feel like you want me to give you his name so you can look him up.
Yes, I do. Please do so. Like I said, my character AI list
Hey, Dawn,
is.
can you guess what look I'm giving you right now?
The look of, dear God, why is my best friend this gay?
That, and also you a thirsty ass hoe.
Okay, I am almost 30, and statistically speaking, the chances of a gay man finding a significant other after 30 drops by like 80%. So I am allowed to be a thirsty ass bitch when I am almost 30, as in days I will be 30 and I'm still a virgin, damn it.
I did not say bitch. I said hoe. There's a difference.
Fair enough. But I need to. I think I already sent this to you, but I need to send you the audiobook for Sandman Slam. I think you would really. I think you would really enjoy.
Okay. You did. I have it saved.
But in any case, apple pie.
Yep.
For every force of good in the world, there is evil.
Why do I feel like I'm being called out here?
Again, this all looks good. Like, it looks very almost 90s-ish in terms of like a movie.
Yeah, like production values wise, it seems very similar to Lois and Clark: New Adventures of Superman so far.
And I also like some of the homages they have to like some of the Alex Ross paintings. Which, fun fact, he actually did get like people dress up to like do modeling for the paintings.
Which yeah, that used to be common practice for illustrators. I don't know why it ever fell out of fashion. But speaking of things that should definitely be homaged in your movies, Warner Brothers, why in the fuck can't you replicate Alex Ross?
For one thing, he made them look. He made the cloth costuming on a real body, or like a photorealistic look good.
Alex Ross is probably peak comic illustrator.
I actually relatively.
I wish they had him do more interiors and not just covers most of the time.
Yeah. Well, Kingdom Come, and I recently got that actually. I need to read that.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, apple pie.
Apple pie.
But innocent people will die.
Every war has its casualties, Clark.
Now, the fate of the world will once again.
Wait. Go back. Was that okay? That it looked like the Helm of Fate for like a half second, but I don't think
No.
it was.
It wasn't.
Okay. Because I would have fanboyed if they had actually done that, but they didn't, unfortunately.
Mm.
Waiting for the day, probably about 10 years from now, when they will finally think, oh wait, the centennial is coming up. Why don't we do a golden age setting for our movies? Damn it!
All right. Ready?
Apple pie.
Krypton's last son. But this is one battle he will not fight alone.
Where have you been? Everyone's freaking out. We're on the street. Someone saw Batman last night.
Not now, Jimmy.
Wait, I want you on that Batman story right away. Olsen, get in here.
That's all we need is that masked lunatic running around the streets of Metropolis.
Yeah, this all feels very like the actual like cartoon, right?
Well, yeah, because again, if it ain't broke, why are you striving to fix it so hard?
God, I wish this was real.
Which is something that I didn't notice until now, but Lois wasn't quite snarky enough for my liking in 2025's version. I wish she had a little bit more of a hard boiled edge to her. But again, that's probably because I grew up on the Lois from Superman the Animated Series, and she was just perfect as the character.
Yeah. Again, like for one thing, I appreciate all like the more the practical shots here. You know, like they literally would have to wait for the sun to be at the right angle so they could do this silhouette shot.
Now, mind you, there's nothing wrong with combining practical and CG, but that is the best way. That is the best. Yeah, that is the best way of doing it. Is to combine practical with CG so that the CG has something to augment. CG is utterly shit at creating environments wholesale, but it is excellent at augmenting things.
Actually, Mandalorian used like those digital like sets like a lot, and those look pretty good. Granted, those were like
I'm not saying that every CGI environment looks bad by definition. What I'm saying,
to be fair, they use those like screens rather than like green screens. You know what I'm talking about, like where like they digitally project rather than overlay.
Yeah, which does work better. But my point wasn't that you can't do a full CGI environment. Obviously, there are good examples of doing that, going all the way back to Toy Story and Shrek, for God's sake. But what I mean is, not only is it just better to have practical effects augmented by CGI rather than doing them wholesale with CGI, but it would make the movies like 10 times cheaper than they are if you did, because we cycled through to the point where CGI is now no longer the cost-effective or efficient way of doing things, and doing things practically now actually costs less money than doing a full CG. So if they went back to something like they did with Jurassic Park or The Matrix, where you combine CGI with practical, not only would that just be better in general, but it would also make the movies like you could knock a zero off of most budgets and it would still work if you combined CGI and practical rather than having CGI wholesale.
So what I was gonna say before I was interrupted.
Sorry.
You're fine. The reason I brought up the practical thing was because again, this is late 90s, early 2000s fan filmmaking.
Yeah, before YouTube even, which was 2005.
Yeah. So that's why I brought it up, because it's just impressive to see this kind of work done. Because they really...
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, they had to make sure they had to really plan this out, and because any mistakes or anything, and
Yeah,
can,
it's going to show up in the final product, and we can't afford that because
Yeah.
we're passionate about getting this right. And again, Hollywood, why are you not using the internet as a resource with talent like this? But have I ever actually sent you the Doctor Fate fan film that I go on about
yes,
periodically?
yes.
Okay, so you
Also,
have seen them then.
yes.
Okay.
Also, I think this guy who made this film has actually done Hollywood special effects stuff.
Which definitely helps, but what stuns me is instead of seeing the internet as the enemy, in a sane world, Hollywood would realize how much of an obvious cash cow online talent is, because there are people down here passionate enough and skilled enough that they would pay you to work on their favorite IPs, and it would look 10 times better than anything that's come out in the last 10 years. Obviously, I think you should compensate people for their work, but I am saying that there are people passionate enough that they would pay you for the privilege to work on their favorite IPs if they had to. And they would be better than anyone who's worked in Hollywood for the last decade at least. Like I would pay you to let me get a pitch together for a Dr. Fate movie. Obviously, I wouldn't be the one directing it because I already have directors in mind and stuff, but I would love to be the consultant on a Dr. Fate movie or a Dr. Fate trilogy. I would also love to be a consultant on the third Doctor Strange movie if we ever get there, but frankly, at this point, it seems like the MCU is going to die before I get my third Doctor Strange.
All right.
So, who knows?
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on. Apple pie.
Bruce Wayne. There's something about him.
Yeah, there certainly is.
Why don't you trust me? You let people get too close. I can't risk.
Okay, I'm sorry. I want to point this out. He has white lenses, and it works.
To be fair, it also worked in Batman v Superman with the bat armor when he put on the suit to box.
That was glowing. This is one practical, and two, people say, "Oh, you can't put like it." You can't.
To be fair, the MCU also worked out a way to do the white thing with Spider-Man as well.
I know, but my point being is, hell, and I've seen there's this Nightwing fan film series that came out like a decade ago that I love, that also had the white lenses over the eyes, and it works. As I could see the idea that with both the mask and the white lenses, it makes it a little harder for Robert Pattinson. It's mostly when you can see it in his eyes more so.
What I would do is basically what the MCU did with the cloth suit for Peter in Civil War, and have it be like an actuated thing that he can like narrow or expand as.
That's okay, but that doesn't work for Batman though, because it's not how the cowl works.
Right, but you could. I think you could do an apparatus similar to that for Batman, so he could still have his white eyes. If nothing else, like a night vision thing when he's in a dark environment.
They did that in Dark Knight.
Yeah, kind of like they did with Dark Knight. That could work.
I don't know.
And given that Batman functions best in a shadowy environment anyway, I think that would be a worthwhile investment in the suit.
I'm saying casually just have the white fucking eyes. I think is nice. Plus it helps obscuring his identity.
It's a touch that only a fan would notice.
Yeah,
but it obviously makes a difference.
I like how this Batman is supposed to be kind of based off Alex Ross' design for Batman, even though he didn't have Alex Ross designed the cowl to have open eyes rather than the white eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So I respect them going the extra mile there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Apple pie?
Apple pie? Yep.
That's the difference between you and me.
Superman?
Yes?
It'd be nice to see you sometime.
I want 2 birds taken out with 1 stone. You have 3 days.
So a new partnership between LexCorp and Wayne Industries.
Why is this not a real thing? It could so easily be a real thing. Why is it not a real thing?
I also like how every actor who's playing these iconic characters is actually they feel like the characters, right?
They do. And I was right about guy playing Superman being cute.
Thirsty ass hoe.
Okay, I'm sorry. This from the guy who wants to bang Shigo and Azula and Wonder Woman.
I grew up with them. Okay, that affected my taste in women. So I have a fucking excuse, motherfucker.
No, I'm not saying you don't have an excuse. I'm just saying you're telling me that if you were gay, you wouldn't want Clark.
Probably not, actually.
Because I wouldn't believe you, honestly.
No, probably not, actually, because kind of not my type.
Okay, since we're down this rabbit hole anyway.
No, we're done. I'm done. We're shutting this down. I will talk. We can talk about this off air. I'm not saying any of this incriminating shit on fucking air. Fuck that.
Fair enough, but I will not let this go until we have that conversation.
Yeah. I'll hold your breath on that one. Anyway,
you opened the door. Don't you opened Pandora's box? Don't be salty about what's inside it now.
You dumbass. You did it, not me. Anyway, apple pie.
Apple pie.
Smallville, are you jealous?
Okay, hearing Lois call him Smallville was everything.
Situation here. You're gonna break into the White House. Just another building, Clark. 2 more guards, 2 more locks.
That is my favorite part of all this. Just that line.
Yeah, because it is perfectly.
Batman.
And it's also perfect for Clark too, because that's exactly the line that the purer than driven snow, aw shucks, good boy would draw. Because much like Captain America, why in the fuck didn't they just use Chris Evans' Captain America as a template for how to do Superman? God damn it.
Actually, okay. Clark didn't say that line. It was like, you're gonna break into the White House, and then Batman says, "Just another Clark. A few more guards."
I know. It's just that's a perfect objection to, like, that is the idealistic, mom baseball apple pie guy coming up against the tactician and being like, wait, you're going to defile what symbol of American excellence and what have you? And then, of course, Batman, being Batman, is going to notice, because this is the thing people don't get about what works in Dark Knight Returns, or when Bruce is laying into Clark about doing whatever mommy and daddy taught him to do, that is a resentment that has built over however long they've known each other. And that's a line that Bruce has wanted to say to Clark since probably their earliest days, because that is a major difference philosophically between them. Superman believes in symbols. He believes in the idea of goodness for its own sake. and Batman is the practical tactician who uses darkness to fight darkness and finds the purer than driven snow white light that is Superman to at the same time be admirable, but also thinks that Clark is being naive for letting himself persist in that illusion. Now, granted, I tend to prefer when Bruce admires that in Clark, and less when he's reading the riot act for it. But in general, there's a happy medium in there where Clark is going to come with the purer than driven snow innocent take, and Bruce is going to kind of roll his eyes at him and be like, Clark, you're too much of a cinnamon roll for your own good here. Anyway, apple pie.
Right. Yeah, let me get to the tab real quick. So they were able to get a Batmobile for a shot.
Which is cool.
Yeah.
I take it they're basing it off the Burton / BTAS one.
I can't really tell from this shot because it's kind of covered in shadow. It looks a little bit like it, yeah. Maybe like the first Joel Schumacher movie Batmobile too.
Yeah, like Batman Forever's Batmobile wasn't that bad. I still think that the Tim Burton one that was also the template for BTAS works better, but Forever wasn't that bad. Batman and Robin is a thing that shall live in infamy forever. But Batman Forever is not. It's much more contained in its absurdity.
Batman throwing batarangs at Lex. Gotta love it.
I do miss the break-in scene though. I wish they had done that in live action. Because it's set up so perfectly with the conversation between Lex and Joker, and then Lex of all people, gets the drop pulled on him by Batman, and he goes, "Oh shit!" You can credit to the animators also on this one. You can see it on his face of like, "Oh shit, Joker was right. Fuck." But in any case, apple pie.
Yep.
Where's Bruce? He doesn't talk much, does he?
He's a strong silent type. Me? I'm just a country boy. Where's the kryptonite?
I know.
Oh, Clark, you were such a sweetheart. Pink kryptonite in an hour, and I could make you forget Lois's name.
You're really overestimating yourself there, bud.
No, all I need is pink kryptonite. The sad thing is I actually have a gay Superman that I could be defaulting to here, but he's a sociopath, and so I can't hit on John. Damn it. He's an Antifa sympathetic sociopath, so I can't enjoy the idea of a Superman that I wouldn't need to use pink kryptonite on. Other than obviously the one we made, but that's a different story.
Yeah. It's weird how they're kind of replacing the Joker to have Two-Face in the role.
Yeah, that doesn't quite work for me, but I think what it's trying to do is in the same way the duo here is one dark, one light. So Two-Face is kind of split up the middle. I think that's what they're trying to go for here.
Either that, or this is kind of connected to Batman Dead End, and the Joker's dead because he got eaten by xenomorphs.
That could also be a thing, and I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind seeing the Joker, eaten by xenomorphs. That does amuse me.
Well, it's
but
more
anyway,
so. Yeah.
Know all
Apple
about your secret romance.
He'll come for me when he.
And when he does, he will die.
What have you unleashed, Luther?
Say goodnight, Big Blue.
oh, the kryptonite bullet. I should have known.
That's always that.
I mean, it's used so often that it's almost cliche at this point. Like, find a different way of using kryptonite, or find a way to weaken him that doesn't involve kryptonite. That would also be helpful if we didn't use kryptonite as the automatic get out of jail free card that it always used as. Like, he has other weaknesses and vulnerabilities too, or God forbid, you could play his own psychology against him by using his rules and standards against him. But, that's just the part of me that's like, well, he has obvious buttons that you could push that have nothing to do with powers, but carry on writing the powers instead of writing the person who has them. Damn it, I suppose. You do you, as they say.
All right. Apple pie.
Apple pie.
What you have just seen is an independent, non-profit artistic expression created purely for fun. It is in no way connected or endorsed by Warner Brothers or DC Comics, nor is it intended to undermine or compete with any existing or forthcoming material.
Yep, the fair use notice. It's a shame that has to be pulled. Like, they actually have to put that in there, but
To be fair, when I was a kid,
corporations do be greedy fuckers. So
yeah, when I was a kid, and I first saw that, and to be fair, this is like a re-upload, right?
yeah, because obviously with the red censor bar, that's modern YouTube. Because that didn't used to be a thing, or it did, but it looked considerably different on other platforms and shit.
I remember.
I often second guess what you remember and what you don't, because it's so random with you.
Well, to be fair, my family didn't get a computer until like I was in my teens, so
That also makes. I got lucky in that we got Time Warner Cable back when the Roadrunner was still the mascot for it, and so we had access to a computer from about the time I was 9, 10-ish, I think. And that's where I first went trolling for any Dr. Fate related content, because he's my favorite, and I found the fan films.
All right.
I actually watched the second one before I watched the first one. I had to go looking for the first one after I saw the second one. I'm gonna have to watch those again. I need a hit of nostalgia right now.
Fuck, what was I gonna say? Right. So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avidazai, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
shalom, and fuck off.
bye,
Don't
guys.
be like Luthor.